Hello everyone, I'm Mitchell Ryan Darcy, and I'm about to sit down to watch some horror movies I've never seen before. This is going to be the sixth year in a row that I have planned to and watch 31 horror movies I've never seen before. The idea of this marathon was supposed to be one for every day in October and sort of, take the time to watch one per day. But because 2020 is the way it is, it is now, right now, November 4th, 2020, and I am just beginning to start my horror movie marathon. So, I'm going to be a bit late on this video, partly due to various things, including pandemic, moving, trying to do a Hans Zimmer contest for a music video thing, which I'm still going to complete, but that's going to be next year. Now, I'm not really still settled in, but I figured I should start this when I can. So, for this year's marathon, I decided to go with a little not too easy of a theme, in a sense. It could have been because of the way 2020 is going and where it's been. It could have been very easy to just be like infection and, zombies and stuff like that, pandemic. That would have been too easy of a sort of theme. So I figured I'd go a little more creative with the theme, and I decided on transformation. Because this is a year of change, and I figured gives me a little more creativity, and that way we're not just watching zombie film after zombie film. Granted, there is a couple zombie films in my marathon. Check the description below if you want to skip ahead to a certain movie I'm reviewing or whatever. List should be in the description. Blah, 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 blah. Let's watch.
What the hell is going on down there?
We're fine! Everything's under control!
I wanted to start off with something with a little more bite for a beginning, and I decided to go with An American Werewolf in London. I have to say, from what I've heard, American Werewolf in London is an absolute classic of a horror film. And its biggest praise, from what I've heard, is the transformation sequences of people turning into werewolves and werewolves turning into people, and special effects and makeup and all that. Apparently it's extremely good for its time, and apparently it holds up pretty well from what I've heard. So I'm kind of excited to watch this, from both a technical and from this is a film classic horror that I need to watch. So let's watch. I just watched An American Werewolf in London, and oh boy, where to begin? First of all, flipping over the reverse cover for the limited edition Blu-ray, it says, from the director of Animal House, a different kind of animal. I really like that tagline, but it reminded me that, okay, so John Landis did Animal House. Granted, I never really liked Animal House, but granted, I might have been too young when I saw it. I have to rewatch it when I get a chance, but so going into it, I'm like, okay, so Blues Brothers and Animal House. It's like, okay, so that's comedy, correct? Yeah. This this is supposed to be horror, right? So, it was during the movie I discovered that. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of comedic elements or elements throughout the movie that is such a John Landis type humor, I guess you could say. Like any opportunity he had in the film to make a joke or to almost spoof certain things or whatever, he did. He took that opportunity. But granted, as a horror film, American Werewolf in Paris, I was supposed to say Paris, an American Werewolf in London is actually very, very good from beginning to end. I can definitely 100% say that the visual effects and even the makeup and the practical effects and just the way they did it, like the transformation sequence is definitely, without a doubt, the most standout part of this entire film, absolutely. But that's not to diss the entire film, because the rest of the film is actually, it's pretty good from start to finish. It's great, basically. So not only do you get a great werewolf film, you also got a lot of comedic moments, but the comedic moments don't exactly ruin it for me. It's just to me it was unexpected. I wasn't expecting that humor, but once that humor started coming in, I was like, okay, I can definitely see this being the same director who did Animal House and Blues Brothers. But not only do you get a great werewolf film with this movie, but you also get actually a pretty good, I want to compare it to Ghost with Patrick Swayze, but it's not the whole point of the film, but it's just, I thought it was very interesting for this type of film, that the script involved several moments of almost like the dead talking to our main character, either telling us about exposition or what he needs to do and all that, or laying out the situation. So you get kind of a pretty. Overall, I very much liked An American Werewolf in London. Granted, that ending was definitely very sudden. It basically made me laugh, because I was just like, just cut the credit, but it was just so sudden. I was just like, okay, wasn't expecting it to end that quickly. But if you like werewolf films and you like horror films with great practical effects, if you haven't seen An American Werewolf in London, I would definitely recommend it. The Arrow edition of this movie is pretty good. Absolutely. I had no problems with the Blu-ray of watching the film. I started off with the original mono audio, and it wasn't until around the hospital scene where I was like, oh, wait. I didn't realize, because I was so invested with the film, I didn't realize, oh, this is only mono audio. It's all in one solid area for audio systems. So I was like, oh, I'll pop into the audio menu, and I tried out the 5.1 DTS HD Master Audio, and it's not bad. It was, I felt it was a slight improvement over the mono, but you can kind of tell for the most part that the mono mix is the original mix for the audio mix for this film. Really enjoyed the film. A couple moments I definitely wanted to point out, like I just thought was some great acting, even if it's characters that are like just little side characters, or characters that are only there for like 2 scenes or something like that. Very well cast, I felt, all the characters. I did not like last Halloween marathon. I did The Howling. And I actually did not like The Howling that much as a werewolf film, especially compared to this. Now that I've seen this, this is like much better film, I felt. consistent. Even though there was still sort of humor and stuff and all that, but the transformation sequence of the Howling, I sort of complained, oh, it's slow and takes a while, sort of thing. In this movie, yeah, it has a bit of slowness to it, but the way it's edited, the way it's done, practical effects, you feel sort of the pain of the transformation. Like, it's a big deal when they transform. A lot of really good editing I felt with this film, especially a lot of the cuts. I mean, granted, they do overuse the cuts a little bit, I felt, but it's a very minor complaint because I enjoyed all the cuts almost, in a sense. Like, every time somebody gets attacked and all of a sudden it cuts to the screeching of the underground subway in London. And it's it's a very classic type cut for screams and all that, when you cut away and something that sounds like a scream but it's not a scream. It's very classic editing, I felt. Stuff you've probably seen in various other films and TV shows and stuff like that. And then sometimes it would the cut again, there would be a cut where someone gets attacked and it would cut to a lion in a zoo, and I felt that cut was a little too on the nose. The pornographic feeder scene, the beginning of which was very hilarious. The whole situation of him talking with a couple other people, not to spoil it per se, it's one of those very absurd moments in a film, but well done. That's gotta be the best fake pornographic film I've seen within a film. You could tell that John Landis took comedy with that. And the big climactic ending, taking place in I forget the name of the place, but it's the famous London square. It's almost like the Times Square to New York. This is the square for London. I've seen it in various other shows and TV. But the major showdown at that place, I wasn't expecting the chaos that happened, and you know what scene I'm talking about if you've seen the movie. Extremely well done, and I wasn't expecting it to go all out like that. It was total chaos, and probably one of my favorite chaotic screams get cuts off completely. Cut that I've seen in a film in a long time. That made me laugh with the police officer. It's extremely well done, I felt. Granted, yeah, some of it, you can tell, okay, yeah, this is the animatronic, or this is the sort of wolf. It's not exactly, makeup. It's more electronics and puppetry, but it's still, the effort is really well done, and absolutely love it. And American Werewolf in London had a couple scenes that were just absolutely okay, we're talking about dream scenes. Dream sequences, holy shit, in this movie is holy crap. Very surprising. Very it's starting off in general with the forest and him running through it, and you're not entirely sure, is this a dream or is that just cutting to a future scene or a previous scene. But then you see a clear sign that it's a dream and all that. But then short time later, a couple scenes later, all of a sudden it just goes. That was probably had the most craziest dream nightmare sequence I've seen in a film ever. It was very, very sudden, very surprising. It didn't scare the crap out of me, but it was just if you told me a minute ago this was about to happen, I would have said you're bullshitting. And especially some of the design choices and all that, very wow. Excellent excellent nightmare sequences. And the way it's structured throughout, because it hits you and it hits you again, but they don't overdo it too much. I felt, but they if they did it if they did it another time, it probably definitely would have got old. But it was just fresh enough nightmare sequence. And you know specifically what I'm talking about if you see this movie. Okay, so up next is... What is next on my list? Cat People. The original, I believe, 1944 film? My mistake. 1942. What am I going to expect from this film? This is definitely a lot more older than An American in Paris, which I think was in the 80s? Early 80s? See, I don't really do any research. I'm just going off the top of my head here, so don't quote me. But anyways, Cat People, the only thing I've really heard about this film, other than it's more, I guess, older, obscure classic. Like, it's not like, American Werewolf in London, where I think almost a lot of people, if you say that title, would recognize either what kind of film it is or what it is. If I say Cat People, people are gonna go, "What the hell's that?" So, and 1942, that's a year after Citizen Kane, is it not? I don't know exactly what's it about. I guess it's something similar to werewolves, hence why I have Cat People after a werewolf movie. So currently, the only thing I really know about this film is this film has a very early example of a jump scare. But I don't know what it is. I just heard either in the comments or whatever, or from various videos or whatever, or not videos, but I guess people talking on Criterion or whatever, just how, the jump scare in Cat People got me or whatever, and it's like, so I know there's going to be a jump scare in this, and granted it will be an older jump scare, so I don't know how big of a jump scare is going to be. I won't really know. I do remember in Citizen Kane, there is the one scene with the bird for a transition that is very, very jarring. And I think if I remember correctly with that, the reason Orson Welles put it in there was to wake anyone up who was sleeping. Or something like that, or I don't know if he said that or somebody else said that or whatever, but let's see if the jump scare can get me. Granted, I know going into the film at some point there's going to be a older jump scare type thing, so that's it. That's all I know about Cat People. The main reason I picked up Cat People, and I've also, next up is going to be the sequel and then the remake. Main reason is because in the remake, you got David Bowie doing the original song Cat People, Putting Out the Fire, which is an awesome song. Reason I know about that song is because of Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds. So, I'm like, I have to check out the remake of Cat People. But before I check out the remake, I should check out the original. So, that's what I'm doing. Next up, Cat People. I just watched Cat People, and it is definitely an older film. It has its moments. Especially for its time. Granted, seeing this movie now, you definitely feel the outdatedness, and you're like, yeah, this is an older movie, and it's very quite clear, just in the way they do things and all that, especially with the plot. It's a romantic love story, with a little bit of a maybe tall tale to it. The idea of it was very... it feels very original. I don't know. Was it based on a book or something? I didn't see anything like that in the credits. I could be mistaken, but it's very. If this is original film, it's pretty original. I didn't think they would kind of do or attempt a film like this, but back then. But then again, there's a lot of movies I haven't seen back then. I'm pretty sure there's maybe it'll be worse films. I don't know. Seems like something they would do probably in like a monster movie or a '60s type movie or whatever. Though I'm not really a big fan on the whole love triangle angle that appears in the more second half of the film, but there is a point with a specific nighttime park scene walking that's very good. I see where that jump scare is now, and it is a very. The problem is, it's compared to the now. Like if I say jump scare nowadays, people probably think the scary face that appears, blah blah blah, and all that. But the jump scare in this was so almost totally realistic in the terms of like they didn't alter the sound as much or tried to record a sound that sounds scary or turn it up or anything like that. It felt like it was literally because I don't want to spoil what the jump scare was, but it was a very normal sounding sound, and the levels of it wasn't actually too loud. Granted, I have a sort of a little bit of a surround sound type system. It wasn't jump scare loud. So it blended in almost too well that I'm like, oh, okay. Like it didn't really get that much of a reaction from me, but I'm pretty sure audiences back then would have probably shat their pants. From that part of the film all the way to the very end, I can definitely see why Criterion Collection picked up. That's the version I watched, Blu-ray. The main girl was definitely the actress. She was the one that was kind of carrying the film in a sense, I felt. Especially with how complex her character is. And the sort of the mystery behind her character and all that, and you're not entirely sure. I really like the vagueness of it, all the way up to the climactic ending. Very tame by today's standards, but I'm sure back then was a bit of a scare, I guess. See, that's the thing, is like you can't really experience, like unless you've never seen a movie before, and then you see this, and then that's really the only way you can really replicate that. But with TV nowadays and all that, it's kind of hard to replicate that. So I will say it was a pretty unique drama from back then, and I guess you would say it's a little more drama than action. Like, I don't know. I guess you could say a little bit of a thriller. A thriller by back then standards. But overall, it was a memorable film. Cat People. Check it out, I guess, if you're interested. If you're looking for blood, guts, and, someone hunting people down, you might be a little bit disappointed with this movie. I appreciate it for what it is. Creative, original take on the monster genre, I guess you could say, in a sense. Creature feature type genre. So, now for the next movie, which is The Curse of the Cat People, I believe, which was done a couple years later. I don't know if anybody of this cast of the original returns. From what I've heard, it's better than Cat People, but it's a drastically different film. Even though it's sort of, I guess, marketing off of the success of Cat People, I guess you could say. That's what I've heard about The Curse of Cat People. Let's watch. I just watched The Curse of the Cat People. And okay, so I was wrong, because I was under the impression this really had nothing to do with the first one in a sense. No, it's carry on from the original. It has the main cast basically from the first one. Well, this film was definitely different than the first one, but not really in a good way. Like, don't get me wrong. This film's a decent little film on its own, but the fact that they used the same characters from Cat People and then sort of marketed as, the Curse of the Cat People. So, like, for a movie called The Curse of the Cat People, I wasn't expecting It's a Wonderful Friggin' Life. Because that's what basically we got. We got a little heartfelt drama about life, but it's, from generally the point of view of a kid, and so it's a very, I guess, touching story, but it's not horror in any sort of way. At least the first one was, had a bit of suspense and elements of horror and all that. I forgot to mention how much I liked in some of the cinematography in the first one and the way they designed some of the sets. Like, for example, the character Oliver Reed from the first movie, from what I got of his job, he seems to be designing ships and all that on like blueprints and plans and all that. That's what it looked like. There's a lot of model ships. There's even one point where they're looking at ships and all that in the first movie. I kind of liked the design of that set, and I did like the a bit of a payoff with cinematography with when they get trapped in with the. It wasn't a panther, or was it a panther? I think it might have been a panther. Cat. And he grabs. I love the wall, the design of a wall filled with those T-rulers, and he picks one up to use as a weapon. And with the shadows, it makes it look like he's like carrying a cross in a sense. So I'm like the first one had really cool moments like that. This one had a couple of nice shots, but there was nothing I felt was anywhere near the level that the first movie. Cat People. I can't believe I'm still associating this movie as a sequel to Cat People. If it wasn't marketed as the sequel to Curse of Cat People and it was marketed as its own thing, then yeah, this would be an okay film, basically. I mean, if I'm going to watch a film like this, I guess I would watch something a lot better, like It's a Wonderful Life. And I'm sure there's other better Christmas movies to watch. Oh yeah, that's right. Did I forget to mention that mainly a Christmas movie? I mean, at least for the second half of the film. I'm gonna have to add another horror film in between because I literally this is I could barely count this as horror. Granted, it does deal with some supernatural elements and some spirits in that. I'm definitely gonna have to watch something else to make up for this selection. So this is unfortunately a dud for a horror marathon. So I would recommend avoiding this for a horror marathon. Granted, the Blu-ray itself from Scream Factory was actually the transfer was pretty good. Granted, the film didn't look anywhere as good as the Criterion of the first movie. That movie definitely looked a lot better. But then again, that was a much better film. I mean, I guess it's forever will be known as the sequel to The Cat People, but totally different movies. I felt, granted, if you wanted to see what happened to the characters afterwards, I guess this would be the only way you could do that. It was kind of a bit of a nice way that they brought back. Oh yes, the actress name is Simone Simon. I believe I'm saying that correctly. It was a kind of a nice way of bringing her back, but at the same time, I just don't know if it's true to her character. Granted, I did like how vague it was in the sense that she was, you can't really, I guess in some ways you could have picture it as this is the child saw the picture, imagined her as a nice and caring person, but the family knows how she was because of the first movie. So in that sense, it could be accurate to what the character of the kid thought of Irene from the character. Irene is her the character's name. To have to see her, so that's why. But then a part of me is like, because it's like if I didn't see the first movie and I saw this movie, I would have been like a lot of this movie in some ways doesn't work in the sense because if you didn't see the first one, like I would be the second one, I would be like, okay, what happened in the first one? You watch the first movie and you'll be like, oh, this is a totally different movie than what the second one was. That's what I felt would happen if somebody watched this one first, then Cat People. So the second movie did have, I really liked the set of the houses, the street, and all that, but it did look like, I'm pretty sure that seemed like it was all studio lot, back lot. It didn't look like, I didn't take those as actual real houses, any of it, or interior or outerior. At any point in the film, I was like, oh, that's a real place. That looks like a real place. It doesn't really, but it looks really nice. If I'm under the impression they probably designed all that for the set, particularly the backyard. I feel like the backyard was built as a set for this film, because that's what it felt like. Because that was a really nice. I really liked that backyard. That was a nice fake studio back, or not background. I guess at a certain point it would be a backdrop, but it looked really nice with the trees, especially in the winter scenes. Even though the snow it was incredibly fake, especially in certain parts, like the bridge and the forest type scenes in this all looked great. But just once again, this is not. If you see Cat People and you like Cat People, don't expect Cat People 2 to be anything like the first one, basically. I could see this being maybe a cult classic. I mean, if people even heard of the first Cat People, how many people heard of the second one? Maybe there's a group of people who've only watched the second one because they thought this was like a standalone movie sort of thing. I'm very disappointed because it's not a horror film, so I should actually just move on. Moving on. That's enough for tonight. Time to watch the 1982 remake of the 1942. So that's like 40 years after the original. It's now the 80s, and people were like, hey, let's remake something. And they were like, hey, Cat People, that had a lot of interesting ideas. Let's remake it and make it more modern and better. I mean, the only thing I know about this film, other than, I think, Malcolm McDowell's in it, so it's going to be fun to see him in a role that is in the Clockwork Orange. The David Bowie song that was made for this film was used in Inglourious Basterds. And that is the song I'm like, I love this song. It's a great song. I mean, David Bowie, there's a lot of songs I love by him. But Cat People, Putting Out the Fire is just such an epic song. And I think Quentin Tarantino used it beautifully in Inglourious Basterds. I'm excited to see now the film that song was originally made for, which is Cat People, the remake. So I'm excited to see what we're getting into. I can pray that at the very least it would have more horror than the Cat People sequel from back then. So let's watch. I just watched Cat People, 1982. See, when they're doing a remake, you kind of have to, I don't know. I feel like the more better remakes are ones that sort of do their own things and sort of updates the original material, makes it, I guess you could say, match the time that they are redoing it for. In this movie, I was pleasantly surprised by how much they sort of changed the original movie, updated it to the time. Like this remake did everything to justify its existence. I especially like the additions, like the brother and all that. It just made it that much more. I felt it was pretty good for what it is. I kind of felt like the downside for this movie was whenever they tried to either reference the original film or basically going up. Some of it was play by play of, oh, okay, so this is because this happened in the original, they have to do it for this version. That's what I felt with the Cat People remake. And I felt it sort of fell into that trap of, oh, okay, we need to have this scene. Even though in the newer version I felt like it didn't, the scene only worked because of the way they set it up in the original. This one it didn't so much. I'm referring, of course, to the pool scene, redone from the first one, a little bit. At first I was taken back because I'm like, oh, this doesn't really connect. Like, it doesn't make sense that this is happening, and she thinks that the other girl's gonna try and kill her, Irene. I guess at this point I'll probably be spoiling a bit. But they even did the jump scare again, but this time they did it with the I think it was a streetcar instead of a bus, and it still worked, but I wasn't expecting them to redo that. They redid it, but it's just not as good. Like the first one, it worked better. I felt the build up in that, for that little jump scare. Cat People, I felt like they did that as a reference, or like just a little bit of tribute to the original film. Like if the original film didn't exist, this is definitely would be a very weird film. But the fact that the original exists, and actually in this one it said it was written based off of a book or a story, based on the story by somebody. So I wonder, is that the person who wrote the original film, or is this actually based on something story-wise that isn't the original movie? That gotta look these things up sometimes, you know. But that's what happens when you watch movies blindly. Anyways, David Bowie song and the score by I'm gonna butcher his name again, Giorgio Moroder. He did the score to Scarface and Midnight Express and various other films. I will say I think I love the soundtrack the most out of this entire film. The score and David Bowie's song. Granted, I was a little disappointed they didn't use the song in the actual movie. Granted, they used a little bit of the variation of it. The opening, they used the bit of the song like almost like an extended intro to the song. And I wonder if there's like a CD of that specific version of Cat People Putting Out the Fire by David Bowie. It was definitely a memorable film. They definitely went out with the the sort of horror elements of this of the movie. It definitely kind of made up for Curse of the Cat People. I don't know if there's any parts of this movie where I'm like no. It's more technical level. I felt the transformation sequences were pretty good. Granted, they weren't an American Werewolf in London levels of transformation special effects, but I'm gonna say either sound editing or sound mixing, because there's certain scenes where it's like, well, majority of the scenes, especially in the beginning, I felt the volume was very low on the talking, or just really low in general. And then but then certain scenes, depending on how they recorded it, you can tell the audio mic is either closer or just noticeably louder. But then, you know, somebody talks off screen in the same shot, and it sounds like it's literally that's just the recording of that scene. They didn't edit it together as well, I felt, in this movie, for sound, and that was noticeable. Editing for the film itself wasn't bad, nothing too bad from what I remember. But there was also a couple moments where it felt like either it was really noticeable, either ADR or recording over, specifically with one of the early murder scenes. And when she's going down the stairs, you see fully playing her mouth, not saying any words, just sort of screaming, but yet it sounds like someone ADR'd her going, you know, help me, this is horrible, blah blah blah, and it just. I kind of laughed because I can tell that, you know, the audio was definitely dubbed over in that scene. So it was like there's some parts with sound with this movie, but for the most part, yeah, this movie, I guess, was good enough. I felt the original was definitely. I kind of like the original one overall, with the overall. From beginning to end execution, but this one did bring a lot of new stuff to it, and I will say though, the ending shot with the freeze frame was very bad. That was very bad use of freeze frame. The way it held onto it, but then waited for the timing of the song in order to do it. In order to continue. And the funny thing is, that could have been done a little bit better, editing-wise, I will say. In fact, I'm actually thinking if I might actually edit the ending so it's a little more smoother with without the lack of the freeze frame. So I might actually do that as a video, depending on if music copyright allows me with Cat People, David Bowie song. But watching the ending made me want to go, okay, that's it. I'm re-editing this to make it better. just timing wise, because that freeze frame was totally unnecessary. Was overall quite enjoyable. Mainly the soundtrack. Whenever the soundtrack came on screen, just was bobbing my head to it. So, Cat People was a pretty memorable remake, as far as I'm concerned. So, speaking of cat people, up next is The Island of Dr. Moreau. Did I say it right? Moreau? This is the 1977 version with Burt Lancaster. The only other version of The Island of Dr. Moreau I've seen, I believe, is the one that's on Criterion Collection. I think that was a silent film with Bela Lugosi, 1923. Am I right? Yeah. So it was. I think that was the first adaptation of or version of The Island of Dr. Moreau. So this is the 1977 one. I can't exactly remember the original Island of Dr. Moreau. What exactly happens? It's like, do people they're on an island. Or somebody, I think they either crash land on the island or they're invited to the island or something like that, and then, you know, the guy that's there, Dr. Moreau, is conducting experiments, turning people into animals and whatnot. Slightly horror, slightly suspense, I don't know. That's kind of what I remember of the plot, from what I can remember. So, let's watch. So I just watched The Island of Dr. Moreau. Pretty good. The funny thing is, I didn't really remember anything about the Bela Lugosi one that I saw much earlier in one of my horror marathons, but I didn't remember anything, and then the cave scene happens, and he's like, what is the law? And I was like, I instantly had a flood of memory of what the original film was like. What is the law? Because they in the original they repeat it a lot. In this movie they do repeat it somewhat, but no, I don't. I think in the original one, if I remember correctly, I was a little bit annoyed by how much they repeated it. And I also totally forgot this is based off of the book by H.G. Wells. Burt Lancaster is an actor who I haven't really like. I know his name, I recognize his name, but I don't remember any of the movies I've seen where he's in it. So, in the beginning, I actually thought the guy on the raft, one of them was Burt Lancaster, and it wasn't until, like, on the island I realized, okay, no, it must be Dr. Moreau that Burt Lancaster is playing. He did a really good job. Like, if you're gonna remake The Island Dr. Moreau, you need A-list actors playing Dr. Moreau. And I'm pretty sure in 1977, Burt Lancaster was definitely a classic star, even at that point. Granted, the script was a little... A part of me was I liked that they did a lot that the original did. And granted, it's like you're adapting from the story. So if it happens in the story, in some ways when you're adapting it, you kind of have to stick to that story. So I wasn't expecting like too much of a divergent from the original books. Granted, I haven't read the original novel. All I know is literally the first version I seen. I was a little because I looking for the credits. I didn't really see anything that told me that no animals were harmed in the making of this film. Granted, I haven't done any research about it, but it's just I didn't really see that in any of the end credits. And there was a lot of scenes in the movie where I'm like, okay, if somehow they pulled off everything they did in this movie and no animals and no people got hurt from those specific scenes, if you've seen this movie, you definitely know exactly what I'm talking about. There's like a couple of scenes where it's literally a person fighting a animal, and it like if it's staged and done right in such a way that both the animal and the stunt person doesn't get hurt, I'm all for it. And that they take care in practicing and rehearsing and, not actually hurting animals or anything like that. Like, I hope it's all was done properly, but like some of these shots, like especially near the end of the movie, like where Jaguar runs up the stairs, but then they both fall off the second floor building, is like if it looks like somebody got hurt. Like especially the animal. I'm more afraid of the animal than the stunt person, because the stunt person is usually known for injuries in general. The animal not so much. So I'm really hoping they did everything proper. Like especially the scene where the animal falls through the glass with the human. There's several cases where it looks like even some of the animals, like some of the people fell on the animals as they were falling and the way they were falling. So it's like, I don't know. I would have to double check online if any of the animals were, like, if this is one of those movies where it's like, yeah, well, some animals did get hurt during the making of this film, I don't know. I mean, granted, it wasn't Cannibal Holocaust levels of animal cruelty and slaughter and torture, but, not seeing anything in the end credits saying, oh, no animals were harmed in the making of this film, kind of worries me a bit, especially after what I saw. Granted, a lot of the I really liked the set pieces, like the way the whole compound for Dr. Moreau and the wall and all that, and the house and all that. I really like the design of it, the layout of it. I like how some of the huts are like up in the trees in a sense, have different elevations and all that. Like that's pretty cool. And then what they did with the set at the end for the grand finale, like I didn't expect it to be that crazy of sort of chaotic sort of destruction type climax. But the fact that they actually did it, that's pretty cool. Music I really liked for this version of the Island of Dr. Moreau. It was consistent from beginning to end, and it kind of made the film. Granted, the music wasn't as totally memorable. It still had a very nice sounding score for the Island of Dr. Monroe. Overall, it was pretty good. Granted, I'm a little disappointed because the way they built this movie and the way it's set up, it's kind of a little too obvious. Okay, I'll go into spoiler territories for this movie. For this specific version of the movie, Island of Dr. Monroe, is that it's built up and it's obvious that the girl is one of Dr. Monroe's creations in terms of turning an animal into a human. It is obvious. And when they were on the when they cut back from the destruction of Dr. Monroe's place to them on the raft, and the guy is waking up from, and you only see the guy, I knew right away they were gonna have the twist of, oh, yeah, he's gonna wake up and find that she's an animal. I was shocked that when the end credits rolled, that they didn't do that. They didn't reveal that. They didn't do anything like that. And it's so weird because I was like, it's supposed to be obvious. The twist is, it's actually, no, we were telling the truth the whole time. She wasn't one of his experiments. And then I looked in the menu for the Kino Lorber Studio Classic Blu-ray, and they only had a still shot of a deleted scene at the ending of the movie, and it's her with the makeup of the being one of the animal people. People turn animals, or no, animal turned people. It's so weird because after seeing Cat People, it's like, oh, it's people turning into animals. And then it's like, in this movie, it's animals being turned into people. There's a reason why they tried to remake the Island of Dr. Monroe so many times, you know? It's kind of a classic in its own sense, the story. Kind of like The Most Dangerous Game and Time Machine. Anyways, so I was actually kind of shocked that apparently that version of the ending was only aired on TV, which I thought was very weird. Pretty good for what it is. I'm very curious to see all the other versions. I think there was one that didn't really go as planned with I think Marlon Brando's in it or whatever, the Island of Dr. Monroe, and I'm not sure if there was one in between the Bela Lugosi and this version. But I'm sure there's a couple other versions that you could find. So I'm excited to try and track down those ones just to see how much of a difference each one is and what it brings to the table. But next up is let's get a little more different change of pace from people turning into animals and animals turning into people. Let's have an alien sci-fi movie. Yeah, I'm watching what's it called? Species. Granted, I don't have any of the sequels, so unfortunately I'm only going to be able to watch the first one. But I think it's about alien comes down to Earth and she is basically looking for a mate, I think. And to spawn a bunch of aliens. And so that's why it's called Species. So I'm not entirely sure who's in the cast and how good the overall movie is. I think the movie came out in the 90s. Sounds like a 90s movie. I could be wrong on that. But time to watch Species. I just watched Species for the first time, and boy, yeah, I was incredibly, well, not too wrong, but not exactly right on the plot. Yes, there is a certain part of the film where the alien is in fact looking for a mate, but she didn't came down from Earth or anything like that. And so it starts off with several decades ago they sent out a message and giving stats of the planet, stuff like that. And then intelligent life sent back two things. One that's infinite, like, energy, how to do it, and then the other one is, like, here's the perfect human. You can splice it with your DNA, blah, blah, blah. And so scientists were like, and screw that, screw that unlimited energy. We don't really need that. Oh, let's play around with DNA. And as a result, end up with a problem on their hands as the experiment. A little girl escapes, and it turns out she grows up a lot faster, and so as a result, they have an incredibly dangerous problem on their hands, and they have to try and hunt her down. And my first thought would be detain her, but probably to get rid of her because she's, causing a problem. Yeah, so that whole plot setup was actually... Here's the thing. This movie is actually pretty great from beginning to end. First of all, I have to mention is the great casting. Everything was amazing in terms of casting. You got, Forrest Whitaker, Ben Kingsley, Michael Madison. Those are the big names I recognize right away. And you got a very young... Michelle, what's her name? Gosh damn it. Michelle Williams. A very young Michelle Williams, that's her name. It wasn't actually even on the back here, she's not even listed here. It's, for a 90s film, I forgot it wasn't until, the first little major CGI scene on the train where I was like, okay, yeah, this is a 90s film. The special effects isn't going to be exactly up the snub or anything CGI. It's the early stages of CGI still. But the way they did it with the going in and out of the lights, it almost blends it a lot better. Like, a lot of the special effects held up in this movie very, very well. And the way they did it, mixture between practical and CGI in certain sections, it works really well in this film. Until the last climactic bit where they kind of went a little bit overboard. But there was some sections that worked extremely well. Particularly the baby scene. the couple baby scene moments. But anyways, not going into spoiler territory, or trying not to, Species was a great film from start to finish. It was pretty fast pace overall. There was hardly any sort of downtime I felt movie-wise. There wasn't a part where I was like, oh, it's a little bit of a slog here. It wasn't granted, it was my first time seeing the film. I fairly enjoyed the film. It's a very original, from what I've seen, it's a very original sort of alien sort of monster movie. It kind of did feel like it was heavily influenced by the Alien franchise, but they wanted to see if they can do it on Earth, in a sense, because Alien, from what I can remember, it's a very claustrophobic, you're on a spaceship going through space, very intense sort of setting. So I guess they wanted to play around with the idea of, oh, what if the alien is as dangerous as an alien, but from Alien, Earth setting basically, but she's human, she looks human, so she can very easily decide, hide, and disguise herself and all that. So it's a pretty cool movie. A lot of little neat moments. Overall, I felt it was a great film. Species was great. Granted, I don't have any of the sequels, so I don't know who returns, who doesn't return, how the plot go, how bad the plot goes. I won't really know until eventually I find the Blu-ray of that. But until then, I am left thinking Species was actually a great film from beginning to end. Even though the CGI near the end, or the very end, I should say, was a little too heavy-handed. It did felt like certain points. It definitely reminded me of The Mummy Returns when Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as the Scorpion King. It's kind of like that level, only part of me thinks it's slightly better just because I looked it up on the back right now, and it's 1995, so it's midway through the 90s, where The Mummy Returns, I think, was like, that was like almost mid-2000s in a sense, like just beginning of the mid-2000s, so that's like 7 or 8 years later, and you think they would have improved a little better by then, but no. So I kind of felt in this movie it was just, it's early CGI, okay? We already know how bad early CGI can be. I don't need to hammer it any more harder. Anyway, so next up on my horror marathon, Vampyr. I always want to instinctively call this movie Vampyr because the U or the Y looks the way with the font. I keep thinking instinctively it's a U, but it's a Y. Vampyr, it may be the most oldest horror film that I'm going to be watching. It's definitely the oldest one I'm watching this year, but I don't know if it's the oldest one I've watched in the history of all the horror marathons I've done. I think maybe the other oldest one is the Island of Dr. Moreau, the original, but I forget what year that was. But Vampyr is 1932, which beats Cat People by about 10 years. So, and I believe it's a silent film, and I believe it is actually German made. I believe it's definitely European because, for example, this is 1932, so I think at this point sound has started to be introduced, if I remember correctly, at this point in Hollywood, but everywhere else in the world was still either a little bit behind or didn't necessarily have the budget to do sound like Hollywood. So this is going to be very interesting. They have two versions of this on the Criterion Blu-ray. They have the movie, but then they have the version with English text version. I'm going to try the original movie. I assume the original movie is going to be in the language that it was shown theatrically or whatever. So I'm not too sure if, because if there's no subtitle or whatever, I'm going to have to switch over to the English text version. But I'm kind of excited. Vampyr. I love the spelling of it, but the font always confuses me with the U. But I'm at the Y. Keep thinking it's a U. But super excited to watch it. This is going to be the most oldest vampire movie I definitely have ever seen. I still haven't seen Nostafaro, the guy who had a cameo in that SpongeBob episode. I don't think I can compare this movie to anything else because it's like, okay, Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman was just a little more, modern compared to this in terms of the way they filmed it. So I don't really think I'm going to have really any good comparisons for this movie. So I'm just going into it blindly. Let's see what happens. So I just watched Vampyr. Okay, well, for starters, I gotta say, okay, this is not a silent film. I made a mistake there. Apparently, the normal version of the film does have subtitles. So that's the version I continued watching. I assume the English text version just means they replaced all the German long text with an actual English version of it. That's what I assume. That was pretty good in the terms of, especially with the shadow work and some of the cinematography, especially for its time. Pretty good. There's a lot of little camera tricks and or off-screen tricks to accomplish what they did in the film, and the fact that they did it that long ago in 1932, that's pretty cool. Especially love the casket, I'm gonna say dream sequence. I'm not exactly sure if it was a dream or not. I was in some ways, I was a little bit confused by what was happening, but I just couldn't look away because I was enjoying the way they were pulling it off. Very, very haunting, very, very good. Very well. There was an earlier dream sequence in the film that I thought was very, very cool way of going around it, just for 1932. Like, I'm not gonna spoil it, but there's a specific death scene near the end of the movie that I thought was very, very coolly done. And overall, I kind of really liked Vampyr. But anyways, and this is actually a pretty cool edition to own. I have the version that comes with, I believe, a script translation of Vampyr, I think. A big booklet version of it. But if you like older, much older horror films, I would definitely recommend checking it out. I felt there was enough worthwhile about it. I think I kind of liked Carnival of Souls a lot better, but granted that movie was like 30 years after this, so compared to this, Carnival of Souls was definitely a lot more modern. I liked it. Next up, we got The Blob. Not the original, because I've seen the original with Steve McQueen. This is the, I believe, 80s remake of The Blob. Either 80s or late 70s. Yeah, it's The Blob. And so I'm kind of excited to see what they do with it. How well they, visual effects wise, update it. Granted, I don't think anything's ever going to beat the, specifically the feeder scene, where in the original, where there's just like jello being pushed through the front entrance of the movie theater. I always love that shot. If it's late 80s, maybe there is early CGI? No, probably not. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be practical. Because I don't think they really started mixing the CGI until, Jurassic Park, which was like several years into the 90s, I think. Don't really know who's in it. I can tell you for sure Steve McQueen's probably not in it. Or is he? Was he still alive? They remade The Blob. Does he have a cameo in it? I wonder. I just watched The Blob 1988 remake. Right out of the gate, I gotta mention, damn, there was some really good practical kills in this movie. Granted, there was some parts that were slightly either CGI'd or not CGI'd. It would be special effects, I guess you could say. That's not, maybe it's practical, maybe it's overlay, I'm not entirely sure, but majority of it is practical and miniatures. That's what it looked like for a majority of it, and a lot of the melting and stuff like that of skin and stuff. Well done. Especially one of the earlier kills of the movie. Love the design with the blob, and they're like almost like melting from the inside, and you see the blood going through the eye holes and stuff, but it's like still covered by it. It's like that is cool. That is awesome. Overall movie wasn't bad. Fairly enjoyable. Felt fairly quick from beginning to end. I think there was a little bit of a slow part in between when we get sort of a little bit of talking with the government for a little bit, but the movie quickly steers back into it. Overall, pretty great. Just for the kills alone, I felt. Characters, there was just enough that I cared about to get through the film, but a lot of the plot is a little bit predictable in a sense from where it's gonna go as it's progressing. The movie kind of had a sort of a type of ending you've seen in many types of horror films before. Not referring to the last scene, but referring to like how they deal with the monster, which is kind of expected when you're dealing with a monster sort of like this. It's like how they can realistically end up dealing with it. Like a lot of coincidences that sort of just line up. either from where the monster decides to attack, or like at one point they're running in the chaos of the streets, and it's like the father gets on catches on fire, and it just so happens that the daughter, as she's running, is like in the middle of the street with chaos all around. Is like, oh, there's a fire extinguisher just right here, I'll use that. That's a little bit coincidental and all that. But anyway, stuff like that, little things like that. You could definitely pick apart this movie, but I kind of enjoyed it for what it was. Granted, another little nitpick would be like the Blob itself is great, great classic sort of setup and all that, and the way it goes and all that. But then it's like, only two things bothered me with this version of the Blob. It's a little bit not picky eater per se, but it's a sloppy eater. It doesn't finish some things that need to be shown. He doesn't finish. Like the first kill of the thing, like that body should have been technically gone from the way the Bob's been portrayed, and then there wouldn't be pieces left per se. Kind of feel like that was a little bit wrong for the Blob, but then again, we wouldn't have the great after effect of here's the remains of the body sort of effect if the Blob completely eaten it. So it's kind of like, if they fix that criticism, we wouldn't get the great special effects of the makeup of finding dead bodies and whatnot and pieces and all that jazz. But my other nitpick is how early on, all of a sudden, there's just one particular kill that bothered me, in the sense that the Blob very quickly nearby and disguised itself as another person. I think that was a little bit of a far-fetched, though it was a great scene, not scene per se, but the kills and the kill of that scene, pretty cool. But the setup of the scene was a little bit wrong in a sense, but there's just having the creature become somebody else. That's not exactly the Blob. I felt that might have been something like more akin to like The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, or some other creature that sort of becomes something else or disguises itself as human. The Blob, I don't think should have done that. That was a little weird, and it just didn't feel right for a Blob film for that sort of a fake out. And the fact that after that scene, that fake out is never used again, makes it kind of feel like that's not meant to have been in the Blob. That's really my only criticisms with the Blob itself. Other than that, the Blob looked great. The reinvention, they definitely kept the pinkish purple sort of tinge to it and all that, and I think that line with the strawberry jam that they killed was kind of a line to how the original one kind of looked like. It kind of looked like jam in a sense. Or Jello. Kind of a great little popcorn horror film in general, I felt. None of the actors I really recognize. I don't know if they've been in anything else or whatnot. The only guy I kind of recognize is the projectionist, but I literally don't know why the movie theater projectionist. I just don't know why. I don't know where I've seen him before. I'm pretty sure I've seen him in something, but I don't know what it is. The ending, I think, was really kind of stupid, especially for that character. Last scene of the movie, I felt, was really not out of place, but really they had to do that for an ending for the Blob. Next up is going to be Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Oh man, the original one, which is kind of a, I believe it's the original one. It's the earliest one, the one that's in black and white and all that. I've seen a Halloween or two ago, as part of my marathon. I saw the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the one with Donald Sutherland and Jeff Goldblum, and I think Leonard Nimoy was in that film as well. I can't remember off the top of my head. But that one was pretty cool in general. Granted, I kind of wish that ending shot wasn't really spoiled for me. But I'm super excited to see what the original is. And just how well it was. How well it was done. I just watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Apparently this is the 1956 version. There's a lot to talk about with this film. But first of all, I gotta say, what an absolute classic. Sort of suspense thriller, sci-fi horror. Yeah, sci-fi horror, yeah. Very well done. But let me talk about this. So this is I saw the Oliver signature restored version of the film. For a high definition transfer, wow. This movie looked very good. Like, to the point where some of the shots, like, especially early on, I was a little bit taken back because I'm not used to seeing an older black and white film that isn't in the classic square frame. With bars on the left and right. Like, for example, when I saw Vampyr earlier in the day, it had the bars on the left and right because, they didn't exactly have the wider format. So it was kind of a little bit jarring. 1956 have the black and white, but have the very wide frame, and it looks so clear and it looks so good that it almost looked like, a more modern day film doing a period piece in the terms of just the way it looked. And I don't know if it's just me or I haven't seen a movie from this era in a long time, but it looked very good. There was only, with the transfer, I think there was one or two sections where you really notice like a bit of a motion blur effect. I don't know, maybe it's my Blu-ray player or maybe it's just the scene specifically. But other than that, no, very good transfer of film. Granted, I don't think I've seen any other version of this film in the terms of like, DVD release or whatever, so I can't really say for sure if this is a very good transfer or not. But for someone who's never seen the film, this looked amazing. Like, as good as it can probably possibly get. But anyways, the movie itself. Ooh, where to begin? I loved it. Well, first of all, the 50s aesthetic, and then having a plot that's so not out there in a sense, but it's a very clever plot, especially for of its time. Where like the I think 80s remake that I saw, the 80s remake definitely did somewhat similar of a movie, but it also, like, both movies feel drastically different, and that's if you exclude the period setting. So for example, get rid of the fact that the original was in the 50s and get rid of the fact that the newer one was either in the 70s or 80s. Can't remember off the top of my head. Couple similarities, but then it's like a lot of it felt different, and I liked that. I liked how it reminded me a bit of the remake, granted, because that's the first one I saw, but I felt like both movies are still drastically different in either the, not exactly tone, but just plot. Or not exactly plot, but maybe the characters, or granted, I'm starting to think it's like was both movies more the same or totally different? And from the way this one ended, the original, not gonna spoil it right now, but I just gotta say, from seeing the overall film, definitely felt totally different from the remake, and I'm kind of glad they didn't. I'm kind of glad that the remake didn't just kind of redo this movie, bit by bit. I'm glad that the remake actually, did some things different with it, even if some of it was just cosmetic change in terms of updating it to the 70s or 80s that it was in. But just overall, I kind of like the remake for certain things that it did, and I kind of like this movie, the original, just for what it is, and highly recommend it. Granted, it's not exactly, blood, guts, and aliens, but, it's a pretty good film. But anyways, spoiler territory. That ending of the like, I remember the ending of the remake so much because I felt that's a very a little bit of an iconic ending in a sense. Just mainly the way they perform the when you get found out and you're like, love that. This one didn't exactly have that, and the fact that this movie just sort of ends. It's almost like it's almost like even at the time, it's like they don't know what to do with the story when it gets to that point, because it's like logically, from everything we saw up to the point of the ending of the original, it's like it's a downer type movie. It's a downer ending. It's like there's no hope. But then in that last 2 minutes, it's like here's a little glimpse of hope, and then it's like it ends. The movie ends. And it's so I love it and hate it at the same time, because I'm like, I don't think they made a sequel to Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but also at the same time I'm like, they don't really need to make a sequel, because it's like it would just be humanity versus them. Who would win by the end of it? Utter chaos, big budget, war, I don't know. It's a great ending. Big twist reveal in the original and the big twist reveal at the end of the remake are great. But they're two totally different sort of reveals. Granted, I will say with the original version twist, I didn't clue in because of the way they were presenting the twist, specifically with them in the mud, and it's like, oh wait, no, she's been taken over. I felt it took me a bit, because I'm like, why is the music being so dramatic right now? I don't remember any sort of major hints or whatever, but then I realized, oh wait, no, they're implying that she's been taking over. That's the one thing that sort of bugged me, is me myself, I'm not very good at reading people in the terms of either body language or feelings, emotions, I guess you could say. So in this movie, the original version, I feel like, because they're supposed to have no emotion, but still be themselves, and have all the memories and all that. So it's like, seeing them actually, in some certain scenes, I kind of feel like it's hard to play someone with no emotion, because instinctively human, you do give off emotions when you're acting. Like, specifically in moments where they're like yelling, hey, they're over here. It's like, you can't it's hard to act like you have no emotion, because it's like, do you act like monotone, like being like, they're over there, or whatever? Like, it's not how I would picture no emotions, in a sense. So I don't know specifically if there's stuff in this movie where it's like, well, it's kind of doesn't, that's not exactly, because they are showing emotions, but I don't know. That's why I kind of like the remake. The remake just goes for 1950s special effects with the pods and the people coming out of the pods with the, I'm pretty sure those are bubbles I saw. Well done. Like, the movie takes itself so seriously, but at the same time, that's what makes it so kind of good, in a sense. Just sort of a little bit of the paranoia of, it's like who could you trust and all that. That all plays a part in it, and I can definitely see why they remade this movie. And I think there's another remake of the movie that I haven't seen, but I'm not entirely sure. I would have to look it up. It might have been in the 90s or early 2000s. Or I could be getting it mixed up with something else, but I gotta track down that, because I'm curious to see what a different version, another different version of this film would be. Next up is the Crazies, the 1973 original by George A. Romero. This is gonna be the first George A. Romero Romero film I have ever seen. That he's directed. Not as familiar with his writing credits or whatnot. Really, the only other thing I've seen slightly his work, I guess would be the Call of Duty Zombies. Forget the name of the map, but the one where George A. Romero plays a George A. Romero zombie. Director on set. Anyways, oh, that's hitting me in the nostalgia. I feel old. Okay. Anyways, unfortunately, I don't have the remake. I've never seen the remake or this, but I know the basic premise in a sense. I believe it's something to do with the town goes crazy and you try to figure out why and survive at the same time. I'm gonna assume it's either probably something. just because I recently saw the Blob, the remake, I'm gonna assume it's military biological weapon test experiment gone wrong, whatever. I assume that's gonna be the cause, and doesn't necessarily make people commit suicide like The Happening, but it's more of a suicide or fight other people, I guess, in a sense. Make people go crazy. That is the basic premise, I believe. So going into it, I'm expecting, I don't know what exactly. Okay, so this is gonna be early 70s, so I assume indie, because this is after he did Night of the Living Dead, but this is before he did Dawn of the Dead. Granted, this year I was going to do the George A. Romero zombie movies that I did have, but I decided, you know what, I think I'll save it for the next year because I don't have Dawn of the Dead and the original, and they just recently they announced for November they were going to release a set overseas, and I was going to try and get that. But I figured, it's not going to come out in time for me to watch it for a marathon, so I'll push that for next year. So that's a little bit taste of next year. Next year we'll be taking a look at the George A. Romero zombies, as well as other films. But in the meanwhile, the Crazies. Don't know who's in it. I wonder if George A. Romero does cameos in his films. I assume he would be very young. Let's watch. I just watched The Crazies. George A. Romero does a very crazy movie. Don't know what else I was expecting. Granted, I will say, I did start to remember the trailers from the remake, and I don't know, I wasn't expecting this movie to just sort of jump right into it per se, with the army and the craziness in the terms of, it's already spreading, they don't even, they always say what was the cause of it, but they don't, show that. They don't do a gradual escalation, they just sort of, they start out crazy and they end crazy. Works for me. I will say this movie just felt very rough overall, even in the editing and all that. And I think that works to the movie's advantage. Like, it was, I wouldn't say blunt with the editing. It was more like just very rough, but in a good way. I felt this film. It sort of worked with it. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that much of a. It's really a lot of the. It's like I guess they're trying to say with the film. It's like, people in general are crazy. Doesn't matter if you're infected with a crazy virus. People just trying to survive, and people with order and law and military and red tape and all that. It doesn't matter. We're all crazy. Don't know if that was the message of the film, but that's what I sort of got from it. For what it is, it's a good film. George Romero did a couple of other films, so this is not his first film, but it is one of his earlier films, I guess you could say, in a sense. I think that kind of shows a little bit, but at the same time, it's like I haven't really seen his earlier work, so I won't really know until next year. But I'm actually kind of really interested in seeing the newer remake for the Crazies, because I distinctly remember that trailer being more of them, and like it seemed to me in this version of the Crazies, the original, which is this one, it felt like it was more, the military was more the problem than anything else, and that was the greatest threat. And then it's like, in the trailers for the remake, from what I remember, it seems to me the more the threat was like the actual Crazies and the people who are infected. And it also seems to me it's more of a them trying to survive in town with the infection running around, rather than them trying to make their way around the military and escape. That's what the trailers for the remake for the Crazies felt like. So I'm actually kind of really interested to see how that film goes, but unfortunately I do not have that film, so I'm going to have to wait much later in the future before seeing that. But I really liked majority, if not all, the military aspects and the sort of either the red tape or just how much of a blunder the whole situation was. I loved like all the scenes where it's like the more higher ups that are in a safe area talking about, we might have to bomb them, and it's like, oh no, we can't do that, there's people down there, blah blah blah, or what are we gonna say to the press, blah blah blah. Like, I loved all that. Overall, I felt it was a pretty great cast, given I don't know, I'm not familiar with any of these actors that was in the Crazies. Even though the dialogue was a little bit, I guess, hokey in certain sections, I felt it was just cheesy, but it's a light topping of cheesy and a light topping of over the top. Not overreacting in a sense, but like just that solid, I would say, B-movie acting in a sense, but in a good way. Like, it was just serious enough, but tense enough. The editing definitely helped with that and all that. Music, some parts of this actually kind of reminded me a little bit of Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop the Worrying and Love the Bomb, with the terms of the music, the military music playing throughout, and especially with the cuts of that bomber. Granted, this movie's in color, where Dr. Strangelove was in black and white. My only complaint is the Crazies themselves was kind of a little bit the weakest part of the film, surprisingly, in terms of the virus and all that. Because part of me was like, okay, you can kind of, like, I think there was only one or two moments where the Crazies really sort of paid off, and it was more like, it felt like, I think it was the more first half of the film than the second half. Crazies didn't feel as much of a threat, or they weren't obvious of a threat, like in the terms of like knowing which character is infected or not. Like, there was one character that, like, from the very beginning all the way to the very end, I'm like, okay, is she infected or not, because she's just weird in general. And it's like, if she was infected, wouldn't the other people be infected? It's like one of those things, I don't really know. It's just in the way they either did the portrayal or the script or whatever, or even the editing. I don't know. I noticed that George A. Romero actually edited this as well. So, granted, I'm pretty sure with Night of the Living Dead, his first film, or I believe that's his first film, I believe that was such a big success that I guess by now with this film he would have had a pretty decent budget, especially in the terms of like that helicopter scene alone probably cost a bit to rental, and some of the explosions, a lot of squibs in this, a lot of gunshots, a lot of areas they didn't really repeat any areas or anything like that, and the beginning setup and with the family, like I knew I did, like after the first scene of the movie going into the credits, it's like, this is gonna be a little more of a brutal film. Especially the fact that it's like, oh yeah, you know, any character is expendable in a George Romero film. From what I got from this film, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or whatever. I'm 2 days away from retirement. It doesn't matter. Though I felt like some of the more shooting scenes and all that was a little too much drawn out, or it just felt like it in a sense, kind of repeats in a sense. Not in terms of footage, but like it just like I wasn't expecting majority of this movie to be basically shooting between government and farmers and stuff like that, and but I guess that's the way it went. But I'm looking forward to checking out George Romero's other works. So next up we got what movie we got? I believe it's the Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. If I remember, that's the title of the film. I got the movie for dirt cheap, so I've figured I should check it out. Don't know, I don't think anybody majors in this, but it just sounds like a very unique title for a zombie movie, Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. Maybe it's a bit comedy, I assume, with that horror element of zombies. Let's see how it goes. I just watched, I was about to say a zombie's guide to the Scout's Apocalypse, but that is not the title of the film. I just watched Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse, and pretty great zombie comedy. Granted, going through this movie, I was already, the intro was a little bit, I don't know, bad. Not really bad, but it's just I didn't feel like after that intro, I was a little bit like, oh, this is not really going to be as great of a comedy zombie movie. But by the end of the movie, I was actually like, wow, this is actually pretty good. I really liked it. Not saying that the intro was bad or anything. It's just I felt it could have been a little more better of a setup. I felt. Granted, it's like, what else can you really do with the zombie apocalypse in a sense for movies, especially made in North America? Because it's like everything has really been done to death at this point. The Walking Dead really is. Granted, I haven't really caught up. I'm still stuck on season 2. It's like, the zombie genre has been sort of hit in the terms of oversaturation, I guess, in a sense. Kind of like you have to do something that stands out in order to stand out, because you gotta make a very special standout zombie thing to stand out, especially in the later half of the 2010s. So this movie, which I think was done within the last 5 years, so it's pretty recent of a zombie film. Granted, I never really got a chance to see it, but seeing it on Blu-ray for cheap, I was like, oh, I better pick this up while I can. Watching it, I'm like, it has some pretty good jokes in the sense of either certain gags or whatever, but the first half of the movie I felt like I didn't have a problem with the whole setup with the scouts and all that, and their character building and all that, and sort of all the little setups of, which are a little obvious in a sense that you're like, that side character that you just met for this one little scene, later on that's going to pay off with some sort of zombie payoff, There's a lot of those little things where it's like it's predictable in that sense, but I found a lot of the payoffs for the actual zombies that they set up earlier is either very unexpected or, I guess, awesome. Because I was like, I knew it's going to pay off some way, but I didn't know exactly what they were going to do until it happens. I was like, oh, this is what they're going to do with it. So I kind of like that. The payoffs for each of the setups for the little zombie moments is pretty good. In the terms of zombie genre, it's kind of reminded me, like halfway through it, I was like, oh, wow, okay, zombies. Ooh, in the sense that, like, I'm still enjoying the film. I still like the film, but I already feel exhausted. And this was the first major sort of zombie type film I watched this year for a marathon thing. So I'm actually kind of happy that I didn't decide to make this marathon just zombie films. Because I think I would be really, really bored and or stale by not even halfway through it. Granted, just going off of this one film, but it's not because of this one film. It's just the zombie genre. It's like what else can you do new? And this one, I felt like there was just enough stuff in it to make it stand out on its own. Granted, it's nowhere near the classic of, say, Shaun of the Dead or shit, did I not watch a lot of zombie movies? I was just thinking back halfway through this film. I was like, when was the last time I sat down and watched a zombie movie? Well, there was, I totally forgot until now, but I did watch Anna and the Apocalypse, a Christmas zombie movie, which stood out. Oh yeah, musical. Forgot about that. Anna and the Apocalypse, and it's like, that was decent. I mean, musicals are hard to do. Zombie movies are hard to do. Imagine doing a musical zombie musical and doing it good enough, you know. I apologize. It's not this film's fault or anything. It's just I felt like I'm reminded. I'm like, oh, maybe the zombie genre really did outstay its welcome or whatnot. But then again, I'm looking back and it's like I haven't even seen any of the George A. Romero zombie movies. I haven't even seen, you know, a lot of other zombie films in a sense. So it's like I'm counting out a genre or feeling stale about a genre that I haven't even actually seen a lot of. So that's kind of weird, and I don't know why. Anyways, back to the review of the movie. Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse had some pretty great moments that sort of made up for any parts where I was like, that could have been done a lot better or whatever. Like there was one kill with a broken bottle where it was like, you always wonder where the blood spatter would go in a sense, but the way the bottle was positioned, they took advantage of the comedy of the way, you know, it spurts out and stuff like that, and they had some extremely absurd moments, but they were really funny in a sense. Like I knew early on in the film with the cats, I was like, that better pay off. I will be disappointed if that doesn't pay off, and they paid it off. Granted, it wasn't as amazing and crazy as I wanted it to be. The fact that they actually paid it off well enough, I was like, you know what, I'm happy with that. Like little things like that. But then again, there's little moments where it's like the setup might have been a little too long, like in particular with the strip club scene when you first sort of majorly discover about the zombie attacks. The zombie stripper, like I'm still a part of me was like, okay, no, the zombie should just, you know, head towards them and, you know, try to eat them and all that. The zombie stripper shouldn't be doing a full-on stripper show and then trying to eat. And even when it tries to eat, it's like gets distracted by more money by a friend, and it's like it doesn't. She goes back to doing more stripping stuff before any of the, you know, chaos ensues afterwards. And it's like, I know the comedy they're going for, but it just, the way it's presented didn't work in that specific moment. And so, and because this is early on in the film in a sense, or the first half of the film at least, it's like it gives a bad impression in the terms of what kind of movie you're getting into and just sort of how stupid it is. It didn't like, I felt like that should have been a little more, like, I understand trying to do a misunderstanding of not realizing it's a zombie and then realizing it's a zombie at the last second. That could have been done without the theatrics of the way they set up that beginning of the scene. Like, there's little things like that sort of bothered me about the film, but the whole second half of the after that moment, from there on out in the film, pretty great. Like, I didn't have a problem with the rest of the film, no matter how absurd it got later on, once you got past those little beginning moments and stuff like that, like the beginning with the intro of how the virus, you know, started spreading and all that. Overall, the Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse was really good. I liked it. There was a lot of cast members where I'm like, I kind of recognize them, but I can't place exactly where I've seen them from. Like they're the one guy I absolutely recognize is the guy from Anchorman, that comedian guy. I recognize right away. Granted, I forget what his name is. And than the main guy in Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. I guess you could argue is the main character. He was in Ready Player One. The fact that I totally forgot that that's the guy from Ready Player One. I felt the cast did a really good job. Like, I really liked the Scout characters. I felt they were a very group and kind of realistic group of friends. Granted, they did play on a little bit of the stereotypes with always like a geek or, you know, let's ditch him for a party. Like, there's a lot of little stereotypical teenage type things with this movie, but it does not hurt the movie, I felt, because it's done just good enough. My favorite visual gag has to be the main Scout guy and the cocktail waitress is sitting in the room talking about, like how, you know, approach a girl or whatever, or how to get the girl that you want, sort of thing. And while they're talking in this obvious sister type room, there outside the window is the little zombie going up, like jumping up, but you don't know exactly how it's jumping up in a sense, because they did establish early on when they went to enter the house there's a trampoline there outside, but you don't see him bouncing on the trampoline, so you just see this little head pop up now and then, and that was my favorite visual gag in the movie. Very, very subtle, very, well, not too subtle, but like just subtle enough where it was trying to hide it. I kind of feel like they ruined that joke immediately after by showing the wide of the zombie on the trampoline. I felt like, especially with what happens later on in that scene and what happened, the establishing shot as they're entering the house, I felt they didn't need to show the zombie on the trampoline until the later payoff of that scene. That was my only complaint with that, and it was like, oh, that's such a great visual gag, and then my smile faded away. I had a similar moment with the Dolly Parton scene with the setup of the house, and I'm like, okay, this house is going to get completely trashed in the next, you know, over the course of the scene. I just know that. And then it's like, when it starts, and then the kid actually hits the machine that starts the Dolly Parton song, I'm like, yes. Had a smile on my face. But then he falls down the stairs, and then it's like, there's no... the music just sort of stops. And it's like, damn, you guys just ruined the scene. Like, I felt like with the basement scene after the Dolly Parton scene, like, you should have still been hearing that song in the background, but very faded while the scene was playing out, and not cut to the dramatic music. Like, there was a lot of parts of this movie where I was like, damn, they should have just let the music play on, in a sense. Like the in-movie music, the music that's happening in the scene, and not cut to the music of the soundtrack and score. I know the guy who worked on it probably worked hard at trying to make a score for this film, but I felt like in one or two moments they should have let the music play out a little bit more, in a sense. Didn't really necessarily need the dramatic, stereotypical generic score, in a sense, because you're not gonna take this seriously. Like, there's a couple moments where you can have the dramatic music play out, and where you didn't need a comedy music, but there was like one or two scenes like that Dolly Parton scene where I felt like they should have played with the music a little longer. I mean, if you're gonna pay for the rights to use the music, you might as well take advantage of that, in a sense, unless you're paying by the minute of how long of a runtime the music is played in the movie, which I hope that's not the case, because that would be really expensive. I didn't see any problem with them extending it, but they wanted to cut back to the dramatic score because reasons, you know? It's not like this is a zombie comedy or anything, you know? But anyways, yeah, Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. If you haven't seen it, definitely recommend at least a one-time viewing if you are a fan of zombies in general. Anyways, moving on. Next up, speaking of zombie movies in the last 5 years, there is this movie that I've been hearing about overseas that's a very apparently it's one of the most highest grossing to low budget films in a long time, in a sense. And I never really heard about it. It's called One Cut of the Dead. I think that's the English title for it. I've been waiting for this to get a Blu-ray release in North America, and then I heard that the Third Window Films, which is the release of this version of the movie, accidentally coded the region wrong on this disc. In a sense, it was supposed to be only Region B Blu-ray, but they screwed up and they actually made it region free, I believe, or at the very least region A, B. I'm like, I have to get this immediately because I don't know when this movie is ever going to get a North American release. Now it has a North American release, of course, after I bought this about a year ago. So that's unfortunate. I'm still excited to check out this movie. I heard it's extremely good. I feel like what I'm afraid of with One Cut of the Dead is I feel like the hype might be a little too much. Because I didn't get any descriptions of the movie in a sense. It's just, except for, I believe it's about people making a movie and then the zombie apocalypse sort of happens. And so, and I think they might be actually filming a zombie movie when the zombie apocalypse thing happens. I think. I could be mistaken on that. And so I guess they might start actually filming the actual apocalypse because they know it's good budget for their, actual film. I think that's how the film goes, but I'm not entirely sure. That's my impression going into One Cut of the Dead. But I heard it's extremely good and very great zombie film. And I don't know if it's zombie comedy. I think it might be zombie. It might be a little more on the dramatic side in a sense, but I don't know. I won't know until I start watching it. I believe this version comes with. There is no dub or anything, so it's going to be the Japanese version with subtitles and English subtitles, and I'm fine with that. So let's watch One Cut of the Dead. And it's going to be very interesting, especially coming off of seeing a North American release of a movie, of a zombie movie in the last 5 years, and then seeing compared to One Cut of the Dead and seeing what they did. And just sort of comparing, the American one obviously had a little more probably unnecessarily nudity, sexuality, and, well, I mean, every zombie movie has to have some sort of violence. That's kind of a given. But it's more gratuitous and sort of rude type humor in a sense for the American one. So I'm going to assume One Cut of the Dead is not going to have that sort of American comedy type humor. And it's going to be more tailored to the theatrical place where it came from. Time to watch. I just watched One Cut of the Dead. Holy shit. Was not expecting that. I cannot spoil this movie. I cannot spoil this masterpiece of a film because if you have not seen One Cut of the Dead, I highly recommend checking it out. But that lies a little bit of a problem. This movie is not exactly. If I say hypothetically, if I say it's not a horror film, that would have been a spoiler. If I say it is a horror film, that is a spoiler. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to handle this. If you are a fan of horror, watching this film, if you're a fan of horror, but you're not really a fan of I guess, I can't say it well. It's a mild spoiler, I guess, behind the scenes making of a horror film. If you don't really care about the behind the scenes that much, you will not like this film. Like if you're going into this expecting a really amazing, brutal horror film, zombie horror film, you're definitely gonna be left probably disappointed by the end of it. But if you're a fan of filmmaking, but you are not a fan of horror at all, I don't think you would make it to the end of this film, in a sense. It is a little bit of an alienating film in that regards of audiences. But if you're in the overlap of loving horror films and loving the making of horror films, this may be the best film for you. Holy shit. Granted, I like horror films now. I used to been able to. I remember a time when I used to been able to say, well, I don't watch horror films. Haven't really seen hardly any. But I can't say that anymore because I've been doing this for the last. Yeah, this is my 6th year of watching 31 horror movies for the first time, and I'm getting to the point now where I'm starting to get more and more obscure horror films into my reviews. So I can't say I'm not really a fan of horror. I must be a fan of horror because my Blu-ray collection on the horror section alone is surpassed both, musicals and various other Best Picture nominees. Like, it's a huge section of my Blu-ray collection is horror now. And it's all because that's the only real way I can actually find and watch these films. So, as someone who loves meta films, and I love films about filmmaking, and I kind of like horror films, I must be if I'm torturing myself every year with 31 horror films that I've never seen before. I must somewhat like horror films, so this film, I loved it. I was a little bit on the edge of my seat, because I understand. I went to Toronto Film School. I know what it's like to make a film in general without actually making the film. I made short films. I've helped with various other productions. I never actually made a feature film. But you can almost apply making a short film to what it's like as a mini taste of what it's like to actually make a feature film. And this film is an amazing piece of indie feature film. And the fact that, I was just reading on the back of the thing right after I saw the movie, but it says, because I'm so glad I didn't read this, but the only thing I'm going to read from here is, it's a workshop film project with non-professional actors and a budget of just $27,000, which I assume is American values, and it grossed $30 million despite opening on just 2 screens and with an advertising budget of $0. This movie literally caught fire just from word of mouth of this film, and maybe being in a festival or two, and then it really sort of took off from there. This is an extremely, amazingly well-made film from beginning to end, and I want to talk about it, but I can't without going into spoiler territory. So I would say, hypothetically, if you only like horror and you don't like, behind the scenes filmmaking, you're not going to like this movie. If you love behind the scenes filmmaking but you don't like horror films, it might be a little hard to sit through for the first. Well, I can't really say specifics, but let's just say, I guess I could say first half of the film. Yeah, so if you love both, highly recommend this film. I love it. It kind of reminded me of Living in Oblivion. I love that movie. That was one of my. I think that movie's in my top 20, or top 20 or top 30 favorite films of all time. I always love when films go about filmmaking or in some sort of way, and this movie just is right up my alley. So great. If these are unprofessional, unknown actors, holy crap, some of them are just friggin'. If you told me they were a non-professional actor, I would not believe it. Honestly, for me, I love it. I don't know if I don't know if it fills up to the hype of what I thought it was going to be going into it. I don't think it lived up to the hype. But I can see the hype. From seeing the final film from beginning to end, I can see why this movie was so talked about and so amazing. But oh man, okay, I have to go a little bit in the spoiler territory. So I would highly recommend, if you are in some way interested in checking out this film, check it out, and skip over my spoiler section. Spoiler territory for One Cut of the Dead. So during the watching of this film, I was like, I got right away what they were doing with the opening shot, I would say, because the first, I think, 40 or 50 minutes of the film, it felt like 40 or 50 minutes of the film. Like, it felt like a large portion of this film was literally all done in one take, and I think it was done in all in one take. I'll talk more about that later on. But the story is, okay, they're filming a horror film, and it's a very opening, very cheesy. You know, it's fake in a sense, and then they cut, and then they basically go through. Oh, okay, this is a production. You got a crazy director and all that, who's just actors are trying to deal with this a little bit chaotic set, and pressures are high and all that, and then during their break, it's like, it turns out zombies are starting to just appear in a sense, and they have to basically survive. And that is the first 50 minutes of the film. And the thing is, there was a lot of little moments where I'm like, okay, they're doing a one take shot. So when you're doing a one take shot, it's very hard to naturally flow from scene to scene without it being a little too... It's hard to do it while making it look a little staged or a little bit too on the nose or whatever, and it's just the tool with doing a one-shot scene. Granted, I assume they did not have the budget of, hypothetically, of something like, say, like the Copacabana scene from Goodfellas. Like, that's a $1 million production, and that little one shot in the middle of the movie is almost flawless in the way it's done. But I'm sure they had dolly equipment, all that. But when you're low budget doing a one shot thing, it can either work amazingly or totally backfire in what you're trying to accomplish. And for the first 40 minutes or so of this movie, I was a little bit, I was like, okay, so this is going to be the entire film in a sense. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll make it through this film in a sense. Because there was a lot of little moments that stuck out to me as being weird. Or I'm like, there's a lot of gaps here. There's a lot of parts where they start telling a story in a sense, and then either they get cut off and then they don't resume the story, or very awkward little moments of acting. And the funny thing is, every problem that I would have picked out if the first 40 minutes of this film was the actual film, I would have tore apart in my review in a sense. And then the fact that the whole second half of the film, I would say, or that whole, maybe even 2/3 of the movie, I don't know the runtime and the ratio of what scenes or whatever, but that explained everything, and I understood why they structured the movie the way it did, and everything that you see in the first 40 or 50 minutes of this movie, you see again in the second half. But how and oh my gosh, amazing, holy shit. Oh my god, there's so many moments where I'm like, I kind of clued in on some little keys, like the cameraman having a little bit of back issues during the well, okay. For those who haven't seen it and are not skipping over my spoiler, basically, after they show the one shot that they did, which is the entire film for One Cut of the Dead, but you don't know that, it sort of transitions to 1 month earlier, where we see the actors and directors and all that getting offered the role of doing this live stream one take horror thing to start off this horror related channel, in a sense. I guess either YouTube or maybe even through TV channel, in a sense. And the fact that oh man, and then you get to see them make that one shot thing that we saw earlier. And so a part of you is like, okay, was there actual zombies? Was it some? And it's like, here's the spoiler twist. No, there wasn't actually any zombies. There wasn't any moments where somebody actually got killed or anything like that. There wasn't any real blood or anything. And so you're thinking, in a sense, it's like you're watching a play-by-play of what you just watched behind the scenes. Let's say you watch an hour-long movie, and then all of a sudden you watch a 2-hour special feature on how they made that movie play-by-play. That is the equivalent of watching this movie. And what is the runtime of this movie? It did not feel long. This movie flew by pretty fast. Granted, it did feel like there was a couple slow parts, but like, where is the runtime? The runtime is 96 minutes. It is an hour-and-a-half movie, and I assume the first 40 minutes. So you only got, hold on, hour and a half. Math. 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Yeah. So 40 minutes of the movie is like this movie that you didn't know they were filming. You thought it was kind of a real documentary in a sense, and then it's like 40 minutes of just of them showing the production stage all the way up to the point where they start filming it, and the actual filming of it you see. And you get to see every little mistake, every little thing that went wrong during the thing, but you didn't really totally clue into it until they started showing it all. And it adds a whole level of comedy and even some suspense in some parts. There were some sections, like, as a filmmaker, I'm watching it. It's like watching, a teetering plate on a thing. They're trying to keep the thing spinning, but you see it's gonna fall. You see that there's gonna be it's gonna be bumpy ride, and I just absolutely love it. But then at the same time, I'm like, I'm watching as a horror film, expecting it to be an actual horror film. In some ways, it's like a total misdirection of what I thought it was sort of gonna be going into it. I'm so glad I watched an actual actual zombie movie before it. Not saying One Cut of Dead is not a zombie movie. Yes, it is a zombie movie with a bonus feature of which is the main feature. I don't know. It's so hard to describe. I had a smile on my face with certain parts of it. I had I love this movie. And it's so well done and well acted. And the thing is, when you watch the first 40 minutes and you're watching it, you're like, it seems off. It seems very crude, very, very not as good of a movie. And you're like, why is this okay? So yeah, they're doing this all in one take, zombie movie, I guess. And it's like, oh, it's not very good. It's not as well written and all that. But then when you get into them actually making the shots, the one shot of the dead happen, it's brilliantly executed, and every little thing, and oh my gosh, I'm pretty sure I can almost guarantee production-wise, they filmed the one shot first with the actual crew. And then after they confirmed they got the master one take that's going to start off this film, then all the shots that you see in the second half of the film of them cutting away and all that is recreated to fit the chaos of things going wrong and them fixing it while they're live streaming the one cut. So good. And when I watched it, because the end credits, they actually show them filming the actual one-shot take from the beginning, and you could see, for example, the real noticeable difference is you see the actual sound recordist recording sound for the actual movie compared to the guy who's just on screen as the actor who's doing the sound recording, but he's not actually, he's an actor playing the sound recordist. He's the fake sound recordist, but there you see the actual sound recordist there, and then there's a lot of scenes, and I actually wonder if that trip with the camera guy happened during the master take, and then they actually wrote it in to the movie with somebody. When the person take over, they trip, and then I could see that actually being a decision they made because of the master take. They were like, it's all good, but you tripped here. But then they're like, hey, we can actually use that. We can get it. I wonder if that's planned or not. I don't know, because it's executed so flawlessly, all the little mistakes and all. Like, you can tell, the guy having food poisoning, or the guy who's being drunk on set when he's not supposed to be. You can tell in the sense that it is staged for the movie. It is written for the movie. This is part of the script and all that. And it's executed so well. It's like, this is a great film. I loved it. Such a refreshing film to see. But here's the thing. Like, even I read the back of this afterwards, and they've described it as it's a zombie genre that completely upsides down is the term they use, into a charming, audience-friendly comedy. And so it's like, in a sense, yeah, does this make this a horror film? Because it's like, you find, like if you haven't seen this movie and you watch the first 40 minutes, you're like, oh yeah, this is an absolute horror film. People are getting murdered and all that, and dying, and zombies, and blah blah blah, oh my. But then if you watch the context to that opening, you discover that, this is actually a kind of in a sense, a family film level of comedy, because it's them, things going wrong as they're trying to make the production, kind of like Living in Oblivion, only, if I remember correctly, that movie's rated R. And I think this movie is technically rated R, probably just because of the intro. I don't remember if there's any sort of swearing per se. Yeah, because this movie for the European rating is 15, so no one under 15 can. It's only available. Only people who are 15 and older can see the movie, but it says strong, bloody violence and gore. There's no swearing. There's no nothing. So it's like the strong, bloody gore is technically fake, because you see it all fake for the rest of the film, but you don't know that if you're watching it for the first time. So it's like, does this count as a horror film? This is going to be the biggest question of 2020 for me, because it's like, granted, this movie came out like 4 or 5 or 6 years ago, so it's like, and it only just recently, I think either this year or last year, got released in North America. Kind of wish I waited, because there was a really nice steelbook of the movie, but I figured I didn't really want to wait, because I've heard so much of this from word of mouth. And oh my gosh, this would make a great double feature with Living in Oblivion. You do Living in Oblivion and then this movie. I think that works. That reminds me, I really need to pick up that movie on Blu-ray. But anyways, One Cut of the Dead. What did you guys think of it? Let me know in the comments below. Same with all the other movies I've been watching so far for this horror marathon. Let me know in the comments below what you think of them or whatever. Continuing on, I don't know how I'm going to recover from this movie. Hopefully the next trilogy of movies is going to take my mind off of this movie, but not too much, because I still want to remember how awesome One Cut of the Dead is. So next up is Pet Sematary. The original, and then I'm going to be watching Pet Sematary 2, and then I'm going to be watching the Pet Sematary remake that came out about, I guess, a year or two ago. I don't know. It was very recent, I remember, but I actually forget exactly when. 2020's been a long year, I know Pet Sematary is a classic of a film, so I should watch it and see what it's like. But how scary is it going to be? Is it going to hold up as a film? Because I think, is it late 80s or early 90s that Pet Sematary, the original, came out? I'm not entirely sure. It is Stephen King, was, based off of Stephen King novel books series, so it's like, given Stephen King's track history with movies and TV shows, it could very well be a little bit on the not cheesy side, but in the Stephen King side of the movie ones that are like beloved classics in a sense, but not really, as amazing as, say, Shawshank Redemption or Green Mile or even The Shining. It's probably might be a little more towards either The Firestarter or The Stand, maybe. I don't know. Like, I won't know until I actually watch it. I haven't read the novel. I don't really know. I only know a general sense of Pet Sematary. I believe maybe a kid's favorite animal, like pet, dies and they bury it or whatever, but I don't know, there's a couple ways this can go, because I might have The Simpsons stuck in my head in the sense, so it's like maybe the kid tries to like summon the cat back or whatever, or pet, probably a cat, I think it's a cat, and then something happens to the kid in a sense, and I think the parents tries to do the same thing on the kid, I think, is the plot. It's either that or the other. And I'm not entirely sure if I'm getting mixed up with something else, or if I had to bet on something Stephen King, I would say he wrote it as, the kid's best pet dies or whatever, and then the kid's like crying, I'll do anything to get it back, and then the parents are explaining, it's just a pet. They're in a better place, blah blah blah. I'm sorry, you can't bring it back. And then maybe something happens to the kid, and then the parents, not because they view. I'm pretty sure a parent views a kid dying a little differently than a kid views a pet passing away. So I think they, not seeing this foreshadowing in a sense, then goes to the cemetery, do witchcraft or something, or spell or curse or whatever, and then brings back the kid, but also inadvertently brings back everything. It's something like that. That's my guess. just judging off of what I'm under the impression what Pet Sematary is, and I also have very recently in my mind the remakes trailer for Pet Sematary. So, and I know they change up a couple things for the remake, but I don't know what. I don't know what's the original. I don't know exactly a remake in a sense. I know in the remake, the cat that they chose in that movie passed away, actually. I think it was either this year or last year. We lost a lot of internet cats over the last, year or two. Like, Grumpy Cat passed away. The long cat passed away from the memes, and then you got the cat from this movie passed away, the remake, not the original. I'm sure the original cat from the original film passed away. I would be shocked if that cat's still alive. But it's just, it's interesting. I don't know. I'm kind of excited to just sort of jump into it. So, time to watch Pet Sematary, the original. I just watched Pet Sematary. No, not this version, the original version, but the original version I had was I packed because it's the Mondo X Steelbook version of the film, so I wanted to make sure that was packed safely for the move. So I had to actually put the disc in the DVD version of this version, just so I can watch the film easily, because I knew my Blu-ray shelf, my new one's not going to be built or transformed into a new one until much later. I probably won't even get that until Christmas. So I watched the Mondo X Steelbook version, which has a 4K disc, but I watched the Blu-ray disc. But the 4K, I assume the new transfer also switched over to the Blu-ray as well, but I'm not entirely sure. Movie looked good. Movie itself was very. The movie itself is definitely a Stephen King movie. It had all the stuff you probably seen from like if you watch a lot of Stephen King movies, you'll be like, yeah, this had a lot of Stephen King movie isms, you know? I really liked the casting of the old guy. I've seen him somewhere else, but I can't link off the top of my head. Overall, I just want to say the movie was, like, I really loved the design of Pet Sematary, the way they designed it in this. There was a lot of things that surprised me about the story that I wasn't expecting in the terms of, like, for example, it's not Pet Sematary themselves. It's not like a witchcraft ritual that brings them back to life. It's, I mean, I don't know. I'm going a little bit in the spoiler territory in a sense, but very mild plot spoilers, I guess, in a sense. A burial ground near the Pet Cemetery. It's not the Pet Cemetery themselves, so in some ways I was a little disappointed with that. Because I always, pictured it as, it involves the Pet Cemetery specifically. No, that's just a iconic set for no reason, I was right about the pet dying and the kid dying, though. But I think that's technically counts as part of the plot synopsis in a sense, so it's... Overall, I thought it was a decent film, but, like, a lot of, like... I liked it for what it is. Stephen King, there's a lot of... Like, here's the thing. It is a serious film, but there was a lot of parts in it where I was like, okay, that's kind of unintentionally funny in some ways, and it's just kind of like... It's not like the Ramones song in the truck driver singing, and it's like, you got picture perfect, picnic type area near the road, and you're like, oh yeah, no, someone's gonna die here, but you got the cut to the Ramones song, and it's kind of like, it has that little Stephen King unintentionally but maybe intentionally comedy to it in a sense, like it's a slight awkward chuckle, I guess, in a sense. It might have been also another problem with either adapting from book to movie or whatnot, because the final fight scene, or not the final fight scene, well, yeah, the final fight scene was pretty funny in some cases, but specifically involving the old man and the child, you probably know what scene I'm referring to, non-spoiler. But it was unintentionally funny just in the way they shot it, because whatever was happening, you can tell the baby just doesn't know what's happening in the way he's being filmed. Like, it's very cut very, very quickly, but if you're looking directly at the kid's face just goes, like he's carefree and he's not exactly sure what's happening. Meanwhile, the movie is playing it as a very deathly serious part or horrific part. So it's kind of very I don't know. It's definitely Stephen King did the screenplay for this, so he was definitely involved with this Pet Sematary. I saw his cameo. I saw Stephen King's cameo. That was clear as day. It was a good cameo. Well, I felt like with this movie, looking at it as just as a movie, there was a kind of a lot of little bits and pieces that doesn't seem like they would match together, but Stephen King sort of blends them together in such a way. And there's also scenes in this movie where I felt like, oh, okay, they must have either glanced over something that was in the book that wasn't really fully fleshed out in the film. Granted, you can't really flesh out a full... I assume Pet Sematary is a pretty big book, given some of Stephen King's more larger books to adaptation, in a sense. I don't know if it's a really big book, but it must it feels like there was some sections of this movie where it was like either glanced over or they tried to combine a little too much to just move the movie along. It's kind of a little bit of a because if this was an original film, horror film done by somebody, it would have been very basic in the terms of what happened, what will happen. There wouldn't be that many different plot elements happening in the terms of like the trucks going through very, very, very fast, the pet cemetery, the mother's sudden exposition dump of the backstory between her and it wasn't her parents specifically. It was I even forgot who it was. I think it was the mom's sister or aunt. Can't remember. But it was just so all of a sudden a sudden dump, and it's like, wow, you just introduced a whole new thing to this movie. Like a lot of these little things would have been movies in their own right, like individual stories that you could have fleshed out and could have made a really cool drama, really cool horror around or something like that. But because this story has so many of those elements combined together, it's like it makes it stand out that much more in the terms of iconic. Stephen King makes it work in a sense. Like this is definitely not the best Stephen King movie I've seen, and this is definitely, I would say, not near the low end. But then again, I'm trying to remember what exactly was technically a low end for Stephen King in terms of movies. From the ones I've seen off the top of my head, I can think really the only one that's below this one I think would be Firestarter, because Firestarter was okay, but it just, I don't know, I didn't feel it worked as well. This one, at least, I saw a lot of things in this movie that I didn't think I would see in a movie, so it deserves to be made. I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see how much they changed for the remake, especially the fact that it came out in the last year or so, or two. I don't even remember now. But I will say, I did very specifically look out in the credits. Apparently no animals were harmed in the making of Pet Sematary, the original, so I'm actually kind of happy on that, because some of those shots with the cat, I feel like either the cat was in distress or I don't know, it did look like it got hurt in certain, like, especially every time there's a jump scare with the cat and the cat sort of just drops into frame. I'm like, I know somebody was holding the cat and they literally let go of the cat off screen for him to, land the way he does. So I'm kind of glad in a sense that it said no animals were harmed in the making of the film, but then part of me is like, it doesn't really, because I think usually when that appears nowadays, there's that whole logo thing and like an official company like sanctioned it, but in Pet Sematary, the original, there was no logo or anything or any company that has a signature on it saying confirmed. It just says it as a little title thing. So I'm gonna take its word for it, but some of those shots, man, a little, especially with the needle in that one shot, I was like, poor cat, in a sense. And also, that cat reminded me of my cat. I've had 4 cats as pets in my lifetime. I'm still currently have 2, Oreo and Max. But the very first 2 cats we got was Max, who's still alive, surprisingly. He's doing well, knock on wood. But I also got a cat named Shadow. And then Shadow unfortunately passed away due to it was a food poisoning and unfortunate recall of the food that we got him, but we didn't see the recall in time, unfortunately. So he passed away to that. Good thing Max didn't have any of that food. Then we had Smokey, and Smokey looks a lot like the cat from Pet Sematary, the original, like the gray and all that. The only thing is the yellow eyes weren't exactly. I don't think they were that yellow. I think Smokey might have had either blue or green eyes. But other than that, he's very similar style cat with the fur and the thing, so watching Pet Sematary, the original, it kind of reminded me of Smokey. Unfortunately, he passed away due to, I believe it was some sort of either cancer or tumor. That's my pet history of cats. That's my review. Pet Sematary. Whatever. Next up, I'm going to be watching Pet Sematary 2. And it doesn't have the number 2, it's literally TWO. But it's not called Stephen King's Pet Sematary 2. So, and I'm under the impression that he never really wrote a sequel to Pet Sematary in the terms of books. So, I think this might be the studio being like, this did very well, we want more money, let's make a sequel. And I don't think Stephen King is involved in anything with the sequel, but it could be mistaken. Kind of interested to see how, well, let's face it, usually with horror sequels, it goes either, well or horrible. And I'm just thinking back to, Nightmare on Elm Street. The second movie was complete garbage, but somehow that made it into a franchise as well. But the Pet Sematary 2, it's like, I don't think they made a third one or anything like that. So I think this might have killed off the sequel train for Pet Sematary in a sense. So it must be, yeah. But only thing I know about the second one is I think the kid from Terminator 2 is in it. Is it Edward Furlong? That's all I know of the movie. But if he is in this, it's going to be interesting because I only know him from Terminator 2 and that Terminator sequel that don't really want to mention. Anyways, ignoring that. So it should be interesting to see him in something other than Terminator, but it's gonna be weird because all I'm gonna be thinking about is Terminator 2. I'm pretty sure, especially if it comes out in the mid-90s around the same time as, or just before or just after Terminator 2. So it's gonna be very interesting, I feel. So time to watch Pet Sematary 2. So I just watched Pet Sematary 2, and where to begin? It was, not bad. Until the point in the film where the kids decide to bring back an obvious bad person. And then the movie was kind of downhill from there. Featuring such great moments as how do I describe it? Nightmare dream sequence involving sex with a woman who's actually a wolf. And snap back to reality. Yeah, no, this movie, in the intro scene to Pet Sematary 2, Edward Furlong looks like he just walked off the set of Terminator 2. Like, literally. I actually thought for a second they spliced images from, or footage, outtakes from Terminator 2 in this movie for that beginning, Because I'm just so used to seeing him in Terminator 2. I totally forgot, because Clancy Brown is in this movie. And I totally forgot. But when his name appeared, I'm like, oh, Clancy Brown's in this. And, let's face it, his performance is the one. If there was one good thing about this movie, is his performance. He totally goes bad, but he's also a dick, he's a douche, he's an asshole, but then he's also really enjoying or giving it all into his performance and having sort of fun being the bad guy in this. And he does a great job with it. But what he's given is also bad. Same with everything else. Like, on a technical level, this movie is, from start to finish, made decently enough. But there's a lot of choices where it's like, why? And the thing is, those choices don't seem bad at first, and then it's like, and then as the movie goes on, it kind of gets worse, in a sense. And I just remembered with Pet Sematary, the first one, a thing that sort of not really bothered me, but it was like, okay, they established that, you know, other spirits could take over sort of the body. Like when you bury someone in the pet cemetery, I keep saying pet cemetery, but it's the burial ground near the pet cemetery. But whenever they bury someone there to bring them back, there's always, you know, either a previous spirit or something that could, or it's themselves, but not really in a sense. And it was implied in the first one from the movie I watched previous. Spoilers. Obviously, this is the second movie. I'm going to obviously spoil the first one. When the kid died, that maybe when the kid died, it was from the traumatic history of the wife, the mother, the person that she believes she accidentally killed in a sense, and she has the guilt on her, is believe that she's the one that's possessing the kid, Cage or Gage or Cage, Creed, no Gage. Trying to get my names all mixed up here. So a part of me is like, okay, so who's possessing the cat in a sense? And then I sort of have a similar problem with this movie because it's like so many people get brought back using Pet Sematary. So it's like, okay, so I'm thinking, okay, so the wife is clearly the wolf, but then at the same time, some of the actions, I'm like, not really. Like, a lot of the motivation for when they come back is like, are they just crazy, like the Crazies, George A. Romero, or is it actually taking place in them? Then it's like, if so, it's like, it annoys me because it's like, who are the other people in the sense coming back? Are they themselves, or are they themselves but unhinged? Like I'm a little bit confused on the motivation, especially in the second movie, for that. So it's like, okay, so if the wife comes back, if the mother comes back, then it's like, okay, so wait, is the mother the one controlling everybody? Then why does the mother want to do this and, you know, kill people and burn the father? Like, the motivations on when they come back is a little bit weird. Okay, so I understand in a sense it's like, oh yeah, you shouldn't bring them back from the dead. Okay, we get that. What do they do when they come alive? Okay, so they just kill... Do they just kill anybody? Then wouldn't they just go on a mass killing spree? They wouldn't stay in the same, you know, hunt the people who, you know, actually resurrected them or anything, like, but yeah, this movie, Pet Sematary 2, is technically done well in the terms of, you know, the cinematography, and the acting is not bad at all, but it's like, it's more either the script I'm trying to think where I would lean the problem with, because it's kind of interesting where they went with the second one, because it's like, the first one was centered around the adults and the handling of the kids. In this one, it's more centered on the kids and the handling of the adults around them, in a sense. And that's kind of a neat way to go with the sequel. It explores sort of almost like a different side of it, in a sense. Some other neat choices, the main animal in this that gets not possessed, I don't know what you would call it, brought back. The main animal is a dog instead of a cat, because the previous one was a cat. So they switched it up a bit to make the sequel stand out a little bit better, in a sense. But yeah, the first Pet Sematary is definitely a better film overall than Pet Sematary 2. And I can definitely see why Stephen King didn't want any involvement with this, because the sequel was a little bit unnecessary. Granted, I felt like they could have probably done something a lot better with it and not have it associated with Pet Sematary, in a sense. Because when, like, even the sets they go back to, like, it's not it's a totally different path that leads to Pet Sematary. Pet Sematary looks totally different in this movie compared to the one in the original. It's almost like a lot of things were changed either location-wise, in a sense, and I don't know, maybe they couldn't get the original set back or anything, or maybe it's not there anymore. I don't know what it is, but like, they could have just called it Pet Sematary with a C and just do an original plot around people burying stuff in a pet cemetery and it comes back to life. You don't need that, have to go past the area where you shouldn't be, Indian burial ground. They didn't need to make reference to the murders of them. They could have had their own story with Pet Sematary. It's Pet Sematary style theme and all that. Without actually referencing the Stephen King book or the last movie or anything like that. That's just my 2 cents. Kind of don't want to spend any more time on this. Next up is the Pet Sematary remake. Yeah! Which came out in the last, I believe, 2 or 3 years. If it's been 3 years or more, I feel old. Because I remember this movie coming out, like, I'm pretty sure it was last year. It can't have been 2017. Maybe it was 2018. I don't know. It just seems very recent in my mind. Granted, I believe the cast is great. I'm looking forward. So you got, Jason Clarke, but then you also got the guy playing the old guy is John Lithgow. I believe that's John Lithgow, if I remember the trailers correctly, in the Pet Sematary remake. And after seeing the original film, I'm excited to see what he does with the old guy character. What will they change? What will they not change? Time to watch Pet Sematary remake. I just watched Pet Sematary, the remake. And at first I was like watching it, I was like with the very specific intro. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, are they gonna pull a Friday the 13th reboot? Where it starts off with the ending of the first movie, and then the rest of the movie is sort of after that? And I'm like, is that how Pet Sematary, the remake's gonna start? But then it goes back into remake territory of just sort of doing the story. Which could have been good, but I mean, granted, here's the thing. There was a lot of little things with this version of Pet Sematary that they fixed or made slightly better compared to the original. And then there's a couple things that they left out of this version that I felt should have been in it, where it was in the original. So it's kind of a very minor differences overall. The most major of the differences in the remake version is that it was the son that was supposed to get hit. They psyched it out. It was the daughter that gets hit, which I think kind of works better in a lot of ways, in the sense that, well, first of all, production will be a little more easier, especially for the climactic fight scenes. You don't have to work with a baby. You can work with somebody who's a little more older, who can actually more convincingly pull off the effects with a less effort compared to trying to film a fight scene between an adult and a baby, okay? So, for starters, like, that's a bit of a major improvement overall right there. In terms of special effects and all that, everything was good except for the truck crashing scene. That was done badly. As much as I liked the house and the Pet Sematary was a little bland, I felt, but I liked the marsh. I liked the Indian burial ground. I liked as well. It was a little more subtle, a little more hidden in a sense. But I felt that the road with all the trucks going barreling down every now and then was not really not a good location. I felt they made the decision more for I guess, safety over not safety in a sense, because it's like the road where they were filming this, it's like, okay, yeah, there's trees on each side, but the road is almost unnaturally perfectly straight, and it's in such a slight incline that it's like barely noticeable in a sense. So it's like, if the truck driver, okay, yes, they showed that the truck driver was distracted with the cell phone, and it was a nice little tidbit, uh, because the text on the phone said Sheena, for the call, in the sense of, in the original, the song playing on the radio was I forget the name of the song by the Ramones, I believe, with the Sheena in the title. So that was a nice little callback there, slightly. But the road is so goddamn straight that you could have very easily seen the kid and the cat, the daughter and the cat on the far end of the road. Okay, so granted, you would not have easily seen the little baby running out into the road. Yes, that is a given, especially with that distance and going at that speed. But just even seeing the daughter and the cat, because there's a reason why in this movie you don't actually see a clear, straight down view of the road until like a very brief moment just before the father pulls the kid away. Because if they showed it any earlier, it would have been a very obvious thing the truck driver to stop at. Okay, and we wouldn't really have the Pet Sematary movie as much. We would have just had the cat to deal with. Anyways, this is me just tearing apart a specific moment. But then again, in the original, I was a little like, that scene was shot very nicely and was very nicely done in the terms of, the cutaway edit of the kite flying away, because no one's, holding the kite anymore, sort of thing, and all that. That's great symbolism and editing in the terms, and just seeing, you don't have to actually see the truck flip over, but seeing the truck just on its wheels, you already get the sense of what happened in the original. Granted, I still don't think the truck would have flipped. Like, the only way the truck would have flipped is if the guy really steered out of the way. But the problem was, it's like, do people know how to brake on a road and not steer out of the way? Like, I know instinctively, if there's something, if you know you can't stop in time, yeah, you would try and steer out of the way. I don't know. I'm not a truck driver. I don't know trucks, but I could be just looking like an idiot right now. Moving on. So, the remake, the acting was definitely, I felt, a much overall improvement from the original. The main father guy, every line he says, like he's so calm in the way he's saying it, and even in certain moments it felt like he was always calm. No matter what was happening, when he say line, he was all very calm and smooth in his dialogue and whatnot. And in this one, Jason Clarke is basically Jason Clarke, but he's doing a good job at being Jason Clarke. John Lithgow did a pretty good job with the old guy, but once again, I don't know if he was given really a lot to work with, and that's another thing with the remakes in general, is they usually play it a little too safe and having it either a retread of the other movie or of a previous movie, or maybe too close to the book. I don't know. What was exciting about the remake, and I was already set on, I'm like, oh, this is happening a little too similar. Yes, there's a lot of slight improvements, but it doesn't really make this remake justified, I felt. But then, the fight in the graveyard happens, and the mother getting pulled by the kid, and I was like, okay, yes, we're going into new territory. We are no longer in the original version of the movie, or might possibly not even be the original, like in the original novel. And then it ends. And I'm like, damn, it was just getting to the good parts. What would they have done next? What would have happened next? I would love to have seen that in a sense. Maybe they tried to take over the town. I don't know. I usually find with remakes in the terms of if they go too close to the thing, it's like the only good parts is generally when they changed it and whatnot. The only one thing that was a little more like the backstory, like that was with the mother, the backstory of what happened to her when she was a child, was I felt a little more either exaggerated or done up for the movie in a sense with the dumbwaiter in this version, where the version in the original Pet Sematary was a little more, I felt, realistic, but the reason they changed it because they were able to play around with that more and scaring her, whether if it was the noises above or opening of things that look like, you know, dumbwaiter type doors or whatever. So I felt the change was justified throughout the film in a sense, though it's a little more movie territory in a sense. Not to saying, you know, people haven't died because of a dumbwaiter, but just the setup seems a little bit in movie territory in a sense, which is not really a complaint because they justified it and why they did it throughout the film. Like every change that they made improved it. I loved how that exposition dump scene of the wife doesn't come out of nowhere because they set it up a couple scenes earlier so that when you get to the point where she actually explains it, it's not out of nowhere. So there's a lot of little improvements with the movie, but overall, hardly I felt like there was hardly any reason sort of to remake it. It doesn't, the end did not justify remaking this entire movie or I'm not doing another version of Pet Sematary. I felt maybe the next version we get will be a little more different, hopefully. Maybe a more original take on Pet Sematary. Just use the, you know, the ingredients are all there for for good stories being told in a similar style or using similar things or even the same town, whatever. If Stephen King's okay with people playing around with his stuff. I mean, granted, Pet Sematary 2 happened, so I'm sure the studio could have probably gone away with something. Which makes me wonder, are they going to try to do Pet Sematary 2, but with a continuation from the remake? And then maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're gonna set up a very original, very weird Pet Sematary 2, but with the carrying on from the ending of this movie in a sense. I wonder if they're gonna do that. Probably not. Anyways, what also reminded me, which I forgot to mention in my other Pet Sematary original review, is that it's kind of annoying and a little bit for me in the terms of, okay, so getting hit by a vehicle, especially if you're that young, there's going to be some damage, there's going to be some visible damage, let's say that in a sense. And the fact in both the original and the remake, the person doesn't even look like they were hit by a vehicle that much. Like, the cat in, I think, both movies, at least, you know, when it's brought back, you can kind of see, oh, it got hit. There's a little bit of blood on it or whatever. With both versions of the kids getting brought back, it's like there's hardly any damage from the big, huge semi-truck going, you know, 100, 200 miles an hour down a road, hitting them, you know. There's hardly anything. They would be like a smear on the side of the road in a sense. But I guess if they were a smear, you couldn't really... Yeah, what happens if you bury them and they're in, like, pieces? Do the pieces reattach themselves? Like, I have questions about Pet Sematary, you know? Why do I have a feeling the answer is read the goddamn book? But yeah, that's another minor complaint. Oh, here comes Mitchell, just picking apart movies. That's all he does. Don't get me wrong. Pet Sematary I liked as a Stephen King film. The remake, yeah, it falls a little bit into remake territory. It has a couple new things, a lot of little improvements, some minor disapprovements, I guess. But it was okay overall. Granted, it's like this is a big contradiction on my end, because it's like Pet Sematary 2. I love when things go differently or does an original. I would rather them try and fail with Pet Sematary and end up with another Pet Sematary 2 than a sort of bland, forgettable remake. The Pet Sematary, the remake, kind of slightly falls into that territory, but a part of me is like, because, I mean, the second one had Clancy Brown doing a good bad guy performance. It was technically well made, so a part of me is like, okay, then that means I have to rate the Pet Sematary remake as lower than Pet Sematary 2. And Pet Sematary 2 had, as original as it was, with the property, was very... I don't know. The story, I guess, was the problems. The script, I guess. So, I guess I would have to put, by my logic, Pet Sematary 2 ahead of Pet Sematary Remake in terms of which was the better film, just because it's original, but a part of me absolutely does not want to put Pet Sematary 2 above the remake, so I guess I'm going to be a hypocrite. I'm going to be watching Humanoids from the Deep. I was going to say of the Deep, but it's from the Deep. Basically, I'm sad to report that after my move, all my Blu-rays were fine and perfectly great, exactly how I packaged them. I took out the 30 movies that I had set aside for the Halloween marathon, well, 31 movies, and I put them in a table that, there's a coffee table that we have that rises up, and then you can put stuff in the middle and then close it. And what I didn't realize when I put all the movies in there, even though looked like there was a large amount of room, apparently if when you close it and it doesn't close properly but you don't realize it, and then you put anything on top weight-wise on the table, it crushes whatever is being crushed. And so unfortunately my Humanoids from the Deep Steelbook got horribly dented right in the middle here. Good thing there wasn't a disc on the side of the case. Granted, I was able to catch it, but I don't know for how long it was like that. So I was able to, save it in a sense. It's still, I don't know if you can see just how badly that dented, in a sense. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. Granted, out of all the Halloween horror movies that I set aside, out of all the editions to get damage, I'm okay. I'm a little bit relieved it was this one. Granted, it probably would have been better if it was one of the very cheap Blu-ray cases that could have been very easily replaced. But out of all the special edition ones, this one I already had gotten for cheap. So as long as the disc works, I'm okay with this. It's just a bit dented. Anyways, enough about that. Humanoids from the Deep. Literally, the only reason I picked up this movie, I'm trying to remember why I picked up this movie. Oh yeah, so because I found with Shell Factory and Scream Factory, I was getting to the point now where it's like whenever they announced something, I had to get it. And so there was a couple movies where I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna get them. And out of there's a couple of them that I didn't get of these type of steelbooks or whatever. Because the only reason I was picking up these type of steelbooks for the lithograph was for the John Carpenter sets, which I have one of each. Anything that wasn't the John Carpenter, I sort of just overlooked and didn't really get. Except for Life Force. I think Life Force and The Howling. I started picking up the ones retroactively. Just because I was like, I'm lightly interested. So with this one, the reason I got it is there's two reasons. Because Vic Morrow is in it. I really wanted to check out more of his stuff. Vic Morrow, you may recognize the name. He was the guy that was in the Twilight Zone movie that had the tragic accident of the helicopter and him and the two children. And I haven't had the guts to watch the Twilight Zone movie yet. Granted, I know they cut out that whole scene and they re-edited what they had to complete the movie. And I know they're not having that footage in. Granted, if you do want to see the footage of the incident, it is on YouTube, surprisingly. But I was kind of very interested in seeing his career, and I started checking out some of his older films. Like I saw Message from Space. I saw one of the previous horror movie marathons I did. Granted, it didn't end up being really that horror, so I had to make up for it. But I've been slowly retroactively checking out his career. So this is a movie I had to check out just because Vic Morrow was in it. But also, the guy who does the music in this is James Horner. I'm a fan of James Horner's music, so I had to check this out because I assume this is a much more earlier of his work, filmography-wise. The movie says 1980 for the description, so this is... Wow, 1980s is 40 years ago now. Damn. Oh, and I also just realized, if this movie is 1980, then that means the Twilight Zone movie was 1983. So shit, this is one of the last couple films that Vic Morrow ever did. Damn. Okay. But anyways, I am going to get around to watching the Twilight Zone movie eventually, but I wanted to finish rewatching for the first time ever all of the original Twilight Zone TV show before watching it. Currently on season 4, which I haven't actually started yet, and that's the sort of the season where they kind of dropped in quality a bit because the studio forced them to do hour-long episodes apparently. So in part of a way, I'm kind of excited to watch it because I saw season 1 of the newer Twilight Zone reboot as it aired. Humanoids from the Deep. I assume, because I'm basically going off of this cover, I assume it's a monster creature film. So I'm expecting blood, guts, and creatures. I just watched Humanoids from the Deep. Definitely got a fair share of monster blood and sex and violence in this movie. Holy cow. I just also read very briefly on the back here that this is the 4K scan of the uncut international version from the original camera negative, apparently. Film looked pretty good for the most part. This overall production felt very low budget, but had a lot of moments that made me go, I don't really see this being too low of a budget. I mean, you know, the climactic ending and the amount of boat scenes and then scenes where it's, you know, explosions and stuff, and it's like there's a fair share of budget. I mean, even the costumes alone, I'm sure that cost a bit to make. The humanoid creatures themselves look pretty, I mean, this movie is definitely a Creature from the Black Lagoon with Jaws and I guess Alien. Like, it's definitely inspired by various films to sort of make its own original type film. Vic Morrow played sort of a douchey bad guy, but a douchey bad guy with a slight redemption arc. Ooh. James Horner, not exactly his best work, or any... Like, if I had a list of my favorite music by him, this would definitely be at the bottom. The music wasn't bad, it's just very generic horror film. I don't know if he was the one that composed the sound the creature makes, in a sense, as a music, or not, because I would assume that would be sound, because I absolutely hated that sound. And the sound wouldn't be too bad, because I liked it in the iconic sense. Like, I recognized the sound. I'm like, oh, it's this alien, or not alien, evolved creature from the depths. The audio mixing, I don't know if it's I guess audio mixing probably, because it's like them talking it's pretty low volume. But then, you know, the alien appears on screen, or not, I keep calling them aliens. They look like aliens. They're not aliens. They're humanoids. Get it right. Anyways, so when the humanoids finally appear and, you know, all hell breaks loose, the sound is very loud, but very bad audio. Like, it sounded like they just, you know, the recording wasn't as good as it could have been, but then again, it's like, it's not exactly terrible sound. It's slightly bad sound mixing, I guess. I don't know. Is it just me? Because I had to have the movie pretty loud in order to hear the talking, but then it's like, you know, shit go hits the fan, I turn it down, and it's like, I can't hear them talking. Okay, back up. Anyways, Humanoids from the Deep was overall, I guess I got what I paid for. It's very, this is the kind of movie you would sit down at a drive-in theater with either your girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, and watch, probably teamed up as a double feature with some other obscure low-budget horror film as well, or something. That's what this film felt like, you know? Probably had the most original, out of nowhere sex scene where the horror monster appears and screws everything up and kills people. Scene in a movie I've seen in a long time. And I'm referring to the scene with the dummy. Because it's like, I wasn't A, expecting it, B, out of context, and just randomly thrown in here. Very random scene, just to get a little more nudity and violence into this film, which I think this film, I could definitely see sections of this movie that would have been cut for theatrical. I felt pretty good for what it is. I mean, I liked the characters. I hated the characters that you were supposed to hate. The climactic battle was pretty, not intense, but it's just, you know, entertaining to watch, I guess, a little bit. It's not exactly, you know, the greatest piece of entertainment I could have watched as a movie, but Humanoids from the Deep was not too bad. Special effects were pretty good. Some of the set pieces were pretty good. Next up on my list is Freaks of Nature. Really, this was a movie that I've never even heard of, and I was like, I have to pick this up just because I read a bit of the back of it, but look at that cast. So cast-wise, Mackenzie Davis, Joan Cusack, Bob Odenkirk, Patton Oswalt, Vanessa Hudgens, and Dennis Leary. That cast alone sold me on this film, but then reading it has something to do with, apparently it's a very outlandish comedy horror. Involving a small town school or whatever, but it's a small town where it's like, you know, what is it, vampires, zombies, human vampires and zombies, you know, either working together or living together, or I don't know. This seems pretty interesting, and I gotta check it out, especially the fact that I got it for so cheap. It's one of those cheap ass movies that you find at a bargain bin, and I was like, okay, I'll take a chance with that cast alone, and that's what I'm gonna do. I just watched Freaks of Nature, and what a pretty original horror film, in a sense. Horror comedy. And I have to say right out of the gate, there was a couple of almost scene-stealing comedy moments with some of the A-lister guest stars. Like Key from Key and Peele. Like his first major scene was just had me almost rolling on the floor laughing, haha. And on a couple other great scenes, like with Bob Odenkirk, hilarious. A lot of the adults talking with the teenagers are usually the funniest sort of moments. Kind of wish Patton Oswalt scene was. I kind of wish he was in the movie a lot more than what he was, but I really enjoyed the section that he was in. Overall, was it? I really like this film. Granted, it's not exactly, it's not the best of the horror movies I've seen. I mean, it's good. It's good enough in the terms of both quality and what they were going for and execution. Like everything was good enough. But I like this film. It was very funny for the most part. Lots of little action set pieces in a sense for horror when, the chaos, it's a chaos of having, vampires, humans, and zombies all sort of battling it out, and then, you get introduced to the alien side as well, and that's sort of the main plot of the film, and it's just very original, but also at the same time very it's pretty original. And I enjoyed it. Spoiler territory for this film. During the film I was like, oh, you got all the basic, sort of horror type creatures. You got zombies, you got vampires, and you got aliens, and it's like I was literally instinctively during the film, especially in the first quarter of the film, I was like, oh, I guess they're not doing werewolves, and I was like, oh, I guess they didn't really have the budget to do werewolves or whatever, and add like a fifth group. It was sort of a surprise twist, and like as soon as I saw the moon, I'm like, oh, they're gonna do it, aren't they? And then the very on the noise howl of the wolf, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so werewolves have been there the entire time. Glad to see they weren't totally forgotten about. I don't know if they're the only ones who've done this technique, or if this is a more common fact about the zombie genre in the sense or whatever, but I found it very interesting in this movie. This is the first time I've heard this concept of the reason why zombies are like the way they are is because the more brains they eat, the more they're like that. So the more they don't eat brains, the more smarter they are. That I thought was a very interesting concept on its own. It worked well with the plot of this movie, but it would be interesting to see that concept in another more serious maybe zombie film. I don't know. Quite fun horror comedy overall. Would recommend it if you like zombies or werewolves or vampires or aliens. Just check it out. At least once. Next up, from producer Guillermo del Toro, it is Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which I didn't really want the 4K, but this is such a nice looking steelbook, I kind of had to get it. I think this is, I don't know, is this inspired by or based off of a book series or whatever? I'm not entirely sure. Or maybe it's its own original thing, I don't know, but it came out in, I think, the last 5 years, and it's a more recent horror film. From what I've heard, it's not really critically acclaimed, and even audiences didn't really like it that much, so I'm just going to watch it and judge for myself. If it wasn't for this nice steelbook, I probably wouldn't even have this movie. If I'm going to be completely honest. Let's watch. I just watched Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. And you know what? Not bad. It is a okay film from beginning to end. as a horror film, might be a little more on the lackluster, especially compared to some of the other horror films I've seen this year. But overall, it was okay. It wasn't bad. Granted, that sort of brings me over to my next section to talk about is I totally forgot the book series that this is based on. Because when I open this up, I do see this advertisement for Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark with some art that kind of reminded me of something, but I couldn't really think off the top of my head. But I was looking it up on Wikipedia, and I remember these books. When I was younger in middle school, I love these books. I remember these books so badly, but I didn't recognize the original covers for them because the version I got was, I assume, is either a reprint. That's the one with the cover that I remember. Is that sort of style covering, and I got all 3 books, and I didn't realize that this movie was adapting in a sense from that's what Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I like the fact that I didn't even recognize the name until during the movie. I was watching it and I was like, some of these little stories, short things are like kind of reminding me of something, and then it sort of hit me. I'm like, wait a minute, I think I know some of these. Like I recognize some of the toe one was the one that clued me in, because I was like, wait a minute, I've read that somewhere before, that story, and it just all sort of came flooding back to me in a sense. Granted, there's still a lot of it I just don't remember the specifics. Like for example, I had a big laugh reveal with them saying the title, writing the title of the book, the tie-dye doe walker. I'm probably butchering that, but because that is a name you don't exactly forget for a title of a short film, or not short film, short little story. And when that happened, I was like, oh, like I was clapping. I was a little moment of yeah. Because I'm like, that was a big sort of brush of nostalgia for me. Granted, I totally forgot what the tie-dye walker story was about. I do remember the toe in the stew. Looking it up a bit. So yeah, it looks like they, for this movie, basically did a sort of an original story that ties together sort of the mythology, or a bunch of little anthology different stories, but make it into one cohesive story in a sense. And this movie did an okay job of that. The visual effects weren't bad. They weren't terrible in any sort of way. The truck crash from Pet Sematary remake, that looked bad visual effects wise. This movie, like the creatures and all that, I think I assume this is a lower budget film. Like it's not it's high enough to be one of the major studios, but it's low enough that it's not an indie feature per se. I'm sure there was a couple million thrown into this movie, but it's on the low end of the high budget films, like Avengers and James Bond and whatnot. So compared to those, this is low budget, but it's still high budget. But in the per se, I just had to say that the creature designs look pretty good, and the fact that they actually reminded me of the original art for these books, and the version of the book, like that art was always one of the major selling points of the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. They were very vivid, very detailed in areas, very vague, and it was a very cool art style. I love that they sort of captured, in a sense, a bit of the art style into the design of the creatures and all that. Granted, they still look pretty generic in a sense, but some of them look pretty memorable. It felt a little more towards the PG-13 side than the rated R side, given what happens in the film. I think maybe the most violent thing was a particular gunshot scene, and then the one part of somebody getting stabbed with a pitchfork in a per se, but there wasn't really a lot of blood per se. But it's like it felt like it was just they were trying to do something where it's like it would scare kids, but not like horror light in a sense. This movie did felt like it was aiming for a little bit of let's do a horror film, but for kids per se, in a sense. That's what this film kind of felt like. There's a couple of the short stories, the way they adapted it. The one that particularly stands out, I felt very visually in the way they did it, was the Red Room sequence one. You know which one I'm talking about. I'm not going to describe it for you. But I felt that was very, it wasn't horror in the sense of blood, guts, and, violence or whatever, but it was horror in a very subtle build, or not subtle. Not really subtle. It's more like it was a very nice change of pace of a slow suspense horror with some of the cases in the short stories and the way they did it. And it was just overall nice variety of the 5 or so that they chose to do for this feature film. But a part of me is also thinking, maybe this would have been better as a TV show. Maybe this would have been better even as a web series and do episodic or something. I felt like if Netflix or maybe even Amazon jumped on this property and if they put the amount of budget that they did into sort of crafting this original story to hold these short stories, maybe it would have been a much better thing if they just adapted the direct stories as scary and as accurate and budget into the specific stories and have them as just little short anthology. Maybe that would have been a bit better than what we got. Overall, to be frank, this movie is not bad and not terrible. And actually, in some ways, I kind of liked it. Granted, the ending was a little... it almost felt like they didn't really know how to end it in a sense, because it's like, oh, is there a way to get them back? Not really. I mean, granted, you don't really see their dead bodies anywhere, so in a sense, it's like, are they still alive or whatever? Are they trapped in the book? If they solved the main mystery by the end of it... Well, actually, I just realized I'm kind of spoiling it. Is there a way to get them back? Is there though? It's one of those, if they do a sequel, it'll probably just go downhill. So maybe it's better if they just don't do a sequel to this and just try a different adaptation version of those short stories. I don't know. If you were interested in checking this out, I wouldn't advise against checking it out, but I would just say check out the original Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. It's free, very small books, and I'm sure you can find them in your either local bookstores or even Chapters or something, or some big, any sort of places where you can buy books, Amazon, whatever. Go track down the original, either the original or the newer, slightly newer one that I got. I heard that the new books, they've actually changed the art to update it. Try to find the more older art style one, because that art is the selling point in a sense. So I would highly recommend, if you like little short scary story anthologies, that is a great series, and there's only 3 books, and so it's very easy to get. And actually, I have those books somewhere. I hope I still have them, because I used to have them a long time ago, and I don't know if I packed them or whatnot, but I kind of really want to look after them some more, because I'm starting to remember, because I was looking for the list of the short stories, and it's I remember some of them, like Room for One More, and Oh Shazam, there is some great, very memorable stuff. And growing up as a kid, middle school, and reading over those, I would reread them so many times and all that, and they're great scary short stories. And in no way this video is brought to you by sponsored by the books, I generally like those books, and so I can't recommend those books enough if you like horror books. But the movie, if you're a fan of the horror books, I guess check it out just to see it, see what you think of it. I mean, you didn't even have to tell me in any of the credits or whatever that Guillermo del Toro was involved in this production in any sort of way, because this definitely has his fingerprints all over the film. So if you're a fan of Guillermo del Toro, I guess check this out just to see it. Granted, he didn't direct it, so doesn't have his Academy Award winning direction on this film, but his I think he did the story script and a bit of a couple other things with it producing maybe. Yeah, check it out. That's the only other way I would recommend why to watch this movie. Next up is Warm Bodies, and only reason I even heard of this film, I actually kind of wanted to see it in theaters because I've just felt the premise was very ridiculous. It's a love story, a romantic love story between a human and a zombie. Oh my. And I'm like, I kind of have to check this out. I think I sort of remember the trailer. I mean, you got, I think the main guy in it is, I believe it's Nicholas Hoult. He's a good actor, so it'd be interesting to see him in this role where you have to play a romantic zombie love interest. Like, even just the general premise is like the reason why I want to watch this. So I'm kind of excited to watch this movie, Warm Bodies. Is it going to be a good zombie romance? I don't really have much to compare to. Like, I can't think of another film off the top of my head where it's a romantic love story between a human and a zombie. Time to watch Warm Bodies. I just watched Warm Bodies, and boy oh boy, for a zombie film, this definitely fills enough of a niche to warrant its existence. Warrant its existence, if that makes any sort of sense verbally. Granted, I knew going into it because I remember seeing the trailers for this, and I was actually kind of interested in seeing it just because never really been done before with the terms of it's a romance zombie movie. Romance zombie movie? Like, imagine if Nicholas Sparks did a fanfic. That's what this movie kind of felt like. And you know what? It was done well enough for what it was. The budget, there was no problems. Like, I felt like even for its budget, some of the CGI effects were done well enough and was consistent. It's not a bad movie. Granted, I have mad respects for trying to accomplish a movie like this. I don't know if it was based off of a novel or anything. Yeah, okay, so it is based on a novel. Okay, so that explains why this movie exists. Because if somebody was like, hey, I got a great idea for a zombie flick, why don't we do a romance zombie flick? It seems like it's the kind of thing that would only go into production as a movie like this if it had some sort of source material that was made money from. Like, if Warm Bodies wasn't a novel that people bought and people enjoyed, I don't think we would even have a movie like this. So it's kind of, I don't know. I enjoyed it for what it was. Granted, yeah, it was a little bit of a, I felt, well, it was absurd, yes. It's kind of like, Beauty and the Beast. And it kind of goes into that territory of excuse for two people to fall in love together, but with the zombie theme. Kind of have him sort of rescue her in a sense, but then at the same time kidnap her. It's kind of a little bit sketchy, weird, creepy, and they kind of made it work in the film, but at the same time it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, what else? How can you have a zombie fall in love with a normal human being? You kind of need to have the same sort of setup. Like, I don't see, like, if I was writing an original zombie-human love story, I don't know how else I would do it to make it realistic in a sense. Like, there's kind of no way to do this realistically without taking some jumps and stretches of the imagination. Do not go into this movie expecting to be a hardcore serious drama, like realistic romance movie, because there's no way in hell you can actually kind of take this seriously. For what it is, I liked it, I enjoyed it, but I can't really see them improving upon this, because I don't really see them doing a romance zombie movie. I don't see them doing a very good one. Like, a better one. Like, I don't know how... Is it even possible? Like, if they made another zombie love movie that was, like, original, how can you get better than this movie? Granted, this movie was good enough as is. It's just... I'm just thinking off the top of my head. If they remade this movie, there's nothing they can really do to improve it. Hypothetically, granted, I never read the book. I didn't even know it was a book until now, till looking at the back of the Blu-ray case. So, I hypothetically just want to say that, I don't know where I'm going to go with this, but anyways, this fills in a little bit of a niche. If you ever wanted to see what would happen if a zombie falls in love with a human and a human falls in love with a zombie, this is kind of the only movie you can watch. I don't think there's any other movie that the main focus of the entire film is that. So, this kind of fills in a niche, and it's kind of good. Finding stuff that hasn't been done before, and then accomplishing it, and that's what Warm Body does. Everybody's acting in this is actually pretty good, given what the script is, and given what they have to work with. Especially, I would say, Nicholas Hoult. Definitely, he doesn't carry the film, but he does have a majority of the weight of the film on his performance, in a sense. And he does a great job with it, along with the rest of the cast. Granted, I didn't realize Dave Franco and John Malkovich was in this movie. Granted, I felt John Malkovich's performance... He didn't really have a lot to work with, I just felt that, because when you cast an A-lister in a role like this, it's kind of just to make the film better, in a sense, to make it more marketable. And I felt that's what they were doing here. Because his performance wasn't phoned in. It just didn't have a lot to stand out, in a sense. It's just kind of, okay, here's John Malkovich playing a normal character. It's not absurd, it's not crazy, it's not, Nicolas Cage type performance or something more subtle. It's just John Malkovich. That's what it felt like the scenes went with him in it. Kind of like the choice of music, but then at the same time, I felt like some of the music was a little too cheesy, and in the way they used it, they even broke the fourth wall a little bit with the Pretty Woman use of that song, as made reference to it in a sense. I didn't enjoy it as much as, say, Scout's Guides to Apocalypse or Freaks of Nature. But I felt Warm Bodies is a little bit of I guess you could say, an underrated zombie film. If you love zombie films, I guess check it out, just because I don't think there will be another zombie film like this, in a sense. But I could be wrong. Maybe there's a zombie movie I haven't seen yet that involves a love story between a zombie and a human. I could be entirely wrong. But as far as I've seen a decent amount of zombie films. Nothing comes to mind. I could see maybe them doing a little bit of a joke between a love and a zombie and a human for maybe a scene or two, or maybe a little subplot in a film, but I can't see them having the main focus of the film around that. So this is a pretty niche film, and it's decently done. Next up is Night of the Creeps, a little more older zombie film from what under the impression. I could be mistaken, but judging from what I know about the movie, which is not much, Night of the Creeps, I think, is a zombie film. And I think it has the main guy from Halloween Free, Season of the Witch, and I love that film. Granted, I only saw it once, and it was actually during my first year of doing the marathons. I did the Big Free, I did Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and Michael Myers, or Halloween series, and I watched all of those as well as a few other films. That was my first time doing a horror marathon for the 31 days of October. And I distinctly remember loving his performance, the main guy that's in Halloween Free, Season of the Witch, and I forget his name. I think he is the main guy in this movie, Night of the Creeps. So I'm excited to check it out. I just watched Night of the Creeps, and Shout Factory did a pretty nice special edition, lots of special features, but where to begin with this film? I felt it was pretty good overall, but it's just kind of lackluster overall. Tom Atkins, he does a pretty good job here. Granted, his script was definitely very, very good and awesome. All that jazz. Overall story was okay. I felt the zombie effects were decent. Like, the effects in general were okay. In terms of plot was, I kind of felt it was a little lackluster. Granted, special effects paid off in certain places. Like, for example, any time that the little worm creatures were running around, spreading around, or whatever, all A+. Like, they were amazing. But anything else was B+ in a sense. Good enough to what it was, what they were trying to do. Had a little bit of fun with the film. I liked the characters in the film for the most part. Granted, once again, we have a crash scene that was a little bit exaggerated, I would say, like the bus turning over. I mean, I find that a little hard to believe what's given on screen. I like the main characters in this. Even the bully, I was like a little bit like, it's one of those stereotypical bullies, but good enough for what the film is overall. I didn't really like the opening, though, because the opening I felt was extremely cheesy with the aliens, and you can tell that those aliens are in disguise, like in costume for the opening. But the second opening with the black and white 1950, I think 59. It's either 59 or 69. I think it's 59. I can't remember exactly. But it was the old black and white monster movie type movie magic. And I think it worked really well. They established in what ends up being the finale of the film. I think it was pretty good. For what it is. I chose to start this review off. I chose the director's cut of the film. Granted, I don't know what the differences are between the theatrical and the director's cut. But I'm kind of interested to see what the theatrical cut, how it ends, because the director's cut just sort of ends very, not anticlimactic, but it ends very open-ended, I felt. So I kind of want to see what the theatrical cut, how it ends. I enjoyed the movie for what it was, but I just felt like I kind of wish it was a little more bigger climax to the film. Granted, Tom Atkins owns the role and I kind of wish I bought the special edition that comes with the figure of him. Oh well. Next up is Little Monsters, which is a more newer film. Came out really quite recently, and I literally saw it on Blu-ray, and I was like, this seems like an interesting film. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. Niepo Nyong'o. She's in this film. So that's really the only reason. Well, it's not really the only reason I bought it, but A Little Monsters. I assume it's a zombie film. Newer. Can't wait to see it. So I'll be probably seeing that tomorrow because I'm a little bit drunk. I just watched Little Monsters. And after watching this film, Warm Bodies seems very realistic of a zombie film compared to this. I don't know. I did not. Initial reaction to this movie is I didn't really like it. It got to the point where I'm like, okay, I just want to see the zombies come in and just screw everything up. And when they did, it's like, oh, okay, so this is the kind of zombies we're gonna get, you know? It's an okay film, I guess, on the technical level, the way they did it and all that, and really the highlight is probably Lupita Nyong'o's performance. Josh Gad, who I forgot was actually in this, he had a couple shining moments, but I guess Josh Gad is just trying to show that he can do more adult related comedies and try to shed off the Disney persona. I think he, if I remember correctly, he does the voice of the snowman from Frozen, and that's what he's most known for, I think, right now. So with a movie like this, it's like, I can see the reason why he chose to be in this movie, especially his character. Yeah, but the main protagonist is this guy on the far right. Unknown actor, I guess, because it's like, you got the two main stars are listed, but apparently he's not good enough to put his name on the front, even though he is technically the main character. It's one of those protagonist stories where you don't really like them, and they're kind of a bad person in general, just, oh, that's what it is. So the protagonist is very unlikable, and then by the end of it, he's kind of likable. That's the general progression of the story. I gotta say, this is probably the worst of all the zombie movies I've seen this year. If I'm gonna be completely honest, kind of felt myself a little disappointed overall with the film. But granted, that's kind of what happens when you try to do a zombie movie about a kindergarten teacher and a whole class filled with kindergarten kids. It's like, how dark are you gonna go? How, like, is any of the kids gonna get infected? Because there's clearly kids infected at some point in this film. And it's like, just overall, like, even I was a fan of zombies. This movie does not make me a fan of zombies anymore. Like, these are without a doubt the lamest zombies in the history of zombie films that I have seen. Some great performances. When it's funny because it's like, this movie shouldn't, given the effort of the movie overall, it felt like it shouldn't have good performances. But Lupita definitely kind of carries the film in a sense, I feel. Especially a specific moment with her confronting Josh Gad's character. The subtle us performance as well. She can do very serious but very funny, serious, creepy, like, on a dime. It seems to me this movie was, I'm under the impression, was filmed in Australia. Tax credit. That's probably why, I wouldn't be surprised if the main guy in this is the reason why he's an unknown actor, is because they had to cast somebody from Australia. That's what it seemed like. Granted, I don't know his name, but he's pretty good in it. There was one really nice visual effect shot, I felt, containing with the death of a character involving the face getting ripped off. That was actually very, very short but very cool I think it was only like a couple second shot, but I felt that was good. But you know, the zombies are absolutely lame in this. Don't go into this expecting like you can do slow zombies and make a good zombie film. These are slow zombies that are lame. Hardly doing anything, and when they do something, it's like even some of the fight scenes, particularly with Shovel. I don't know if it's the way they choreographed it or the way they shot it. It seemed very lame, very staged in a sense. I didn't like this movie that much. Kind of wish I got it on sale. Don't spend more than $10 on this film. Anyways, moving on for a drastically change of pace from zombies, we got Night Tide. Very old, I believe, black and white film, which features a very, very young Dennis Hopper. So I am quite excited to see this film and check it out. This is the Indicator 4K restoration that was done by, like, funded by, or like the one spearheading the restoration for this film for Indicator is that director whose name I can't pronounce, Nicholas Winding Refn. He did Drive, Only God Forgives. If we're talk about movies I need to rewatch, Only God Forgives I need to rewatch again. Because I kind of liked it for what it was, but it was just... I mean, if you've seen the film, you probably know what I mean. But granted, Drive is really an awesome film. So, to clarify, Nicholas Winding Refn did not direct this movie or whatever, Night Tide. This is just, he was presenting this new restoration of this film, and I believe he's the one that funded it in a sense, or produced the restoration. And it's so this movie's from 1961, and so I'm kind of just excited to see Dennis Hopper in a very young role. So time to watch Night Tide. I just watched Night Tide 1961, and it's actually, this is the first, his first lead role, Dennis Hopper. And it was an interesting little, slightly suspenseful, I mean, probably not as suspenseful nowadays with the movies we have, but back then, I'm sure this was a pretty, maybe suspenseful tale. Not exactly horror. I mean, it is horror. It does have some elements of horror, but it's like, it's not exactly... Don't go into it expecting blood, guts, and everything. I'm debating about that. The movie itself was actually quite good, and actually looked pretty good, given the restoration. Especially, they were describing at the end of the film with that the negatives were a little bit damaged and stuff and whatnot, and they had to, preserve it and restore it, and it was a neat little tale. It kind of funny. Early on in the bar scene, there was a scene where a mysterious woman in black just sort of walks up to the main girl and was like, says something in another language and then walks away. And I was having immediate flashbacks to Cat People, the original, and I was like, wait a minute, is Night Tide take place in the same universe, in the Cat People cinematic universe? Kind of made me laugh. I really like the location setting of this, with the pier, the amusement park, and then her place being a little bit, being above the carousel place. Like, I really like that whole choice of setting for this. Granted, it's definitely a bit of a slow burn of a suspense film in a sense. There was a couple times during it, I'm like, okay, so if this movie's 1960, is it gonna go sort of similar of a crazy ending like, Strangers on a Train, which was like, 10 years prior, hypothetically. So I'm like, is something crazy gonna happen budget-wise? But the ending we got was still pretty interesting, and it was shot pretty cool overall from beginning to end. Night Tide was pretty decent film overall. Nothing too spectacular, but there was, some noteworthy with this being especially Dennis Hopper's first role. Um, Seeing him so young, he reminded me in a lot of shots, like depending on what angle his head was, it reminded me of Dave Franco. Pretty neat film. I'm glad I got this limited edition from Indicator. It even comes with a bunch of the short films that the director has done. I'll check that out at a later date. Next up, we're got Doom, the one with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Carl Urban. I'm excited, but at the same time I'm not, because I heard it's a pretty bad video game adaptation. Granted, I never really played the Doom games, but I am aware of them in a sense, so I figured it would be fun, maybe? I don't know. Like, how bad is it gonna be? Time to watch. I just watched Doom, and not bad. In all honesty, for 2005, you got, for a video game adaptation, you got the action, you got some epic fight scenes, good actors doing good enough performances given for what the script is. It's not bad. I don't see why people thought this movie was either terrible or disappointing. Granted, I never really played the original game or anything like that. I do remember now that Doom is the franchise that has the BFG, which stands for Big Fucking Gun. Granted, I felt that was a bit disappointing in the both build up. They shoot it once and then that's about it, and then there's another time where it's used, but it's like, it's not that epic. There is a really cool moment in this film where they actually sort of replicate the style of the actual game, which is cool. Kind of wish the majority of the movie was more like that than... Because, the first half, for the most part, when they enter the quarantine area, it's kind of like, it's more stealth. It's more like, try and track down what it is, find out what it is, blah, 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 destroy it. And then it's like, a lot of it was just them going down dark tunnels, being like, it's over there, what's here, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, you still get the action part for the ending half, but it's like, I don't know, I found the majority of this movie felt a little bit wasted in that regards. It just is kind of just another Alien type movie. People in close corridors hunting down something that's moving fast and killing them. That's what it felt like. Didn't really feel like Doom until that turning point. You know the one I'm talking about. Granted, there was a very cool fight scene in a cage match type arena. That was kind of awesome. Graphics hold up okay considering it's 2005. Overall, I felt it was good enough for what it was. Could it have been a hell of a lot better and a hell of a lot more entertaining? Yeah. But for what we got, you even got Rosamund Pike. There was the guy who directed Rocket Man is in this. I recognized his name, but I didn't realize he was an actor. There was a guy who I've seen in a bunch of little things, like, he was in Kingsman for one little bit part, and various other things. Like, there's a lot of talent behind this film in a sense. You got Clint Mansell doing the music. Granted, I felt there was a couple plot points in this where I felt was either unnecessary or I felt it was like a little bit of a 180 for some of the characters. I don't know, it didn't, I don't know. Granted, it delivered, I felt Doom at one point in this film, at least, so on a minimum stake of what the film was supposed to be, at least there was something, Not bad. Next up, we got 30 Days of Night. I don't know a lot about this film. I think it's about vampires. I could be mistaken on that. Is Colin Farrell in it? I don't think Colin Farrell's in it. The guy on the cover looks like Colin Farrell slightly. 30 Days of Night, I just know, I'm pretty sure it's a horror film, and I think at one point, like my cousin was describing to me that he and his friends were watching this movie for the first time, and there's just one part where the guy, someone just punches someone like right through the like mouth, and just like the head sort of explodes in a sense, and they couldn't stop laughing, and I was like, okay, you have my curiosity, but now you have my attention, okay? Main reason why I'm watching the film. So, time to watch 30 Days of Night. I just watched 30 Days of Night. And yeah, that wasn't Colin Farrell, that was Josh Hartnett I confused on this cover. And actually, I didn't realize until I looked it up later, but Melissa George I know from Alias. I thought I recognized her somewhere. And sort of the main bad guy, I remember him from X-Men, I think, Origins. But he's also been in a lot of little other things. A very great zombie film, or not zombie. I got zombies on my mind. Very great vampire film. Obviously taking a little bit of, I wouldn't say it reminds me a lot of The Thing in the sense, because you're in a cold environment, a middle of nowhere, cut off from civilization. It's kind of like that, but a small town. And the whole premise is the Alaskan town, 30 days of night per year for the one all at once. The vampires take advantage, and because, sunlight kills them, and absolutely destroys the town in a sense. Like, this movie escalated pretty quickly overall. Like, there was like the whole movie, I think, and the premise and the setup is like done in the first, like, it felt like the first 15 minutes of the film, and then the town is under attack by the 20th minute. Like, it jumps into it very quickly in a sense, which is great because you end up with more horror, more, fighting for your lives, but you don't really get a lot of time to set up characters as well. Like, there was enough that it's like, okay, I understood the basic main characters and a couple of the other side characters, but there was a lot of characters in this in the terms of townspeople, and sometimes I was getting confused on who was who in some sense in the terms of their family members and who they cared about and all that. So, granted, they did a pretty decent job balancing, backstories of people and all that with the chaos of the attacking and all that. So it overall, the movie works. The movie works well. I liked it. It's very brutal, very graphic. Special effects were just turned up to 11 for the most part. Granted, unfortunately, some of the camera angles, editing, there was I've noticed that a lot of the scenes were shot almost, like, it felt most of it was shot with close-ups. Like, even if something major is going on, it feels like it's always the face reaction, close-up of the item they're using, back to the face reaction. Like, it's, it was, at some points I was like, oh, can you please just do another establishing shot, like a little more wider, a medium, I want to see a couple characters in the same frame, and then some of the fight scenes, they kind of cranked up the frame rate to make it, like, and every other action film, because generally it's like, well, it makes things look more intense, like, you get a kick of adrenaline, and yeah, it works for the most part, but like, especially early on in the film, I felt it really didn't work that well. I think specifically the driving scene where the vampire is on top of the car, that did not work with the high frame rate. I felt it was a little bit too jarring. But near the end, when it's, they're fighting, people on vampire, I keep wanting to say zombies because they remind me of zombies. Pretty good. Yes, so this, for a second there near the end, I was like, okay, so this isn't the movie with the punch for the head. And all of a sudden, What a great punch. Mild spoilers. Not saying who or what or where. The movie, because of the location with, Snow Village, middle of nowhere, it felt like a lot of they had to rely a little bit on the CG elements, especially towards the end with what they were trying to accomplish. But overall, pretty great vampire film from beginning to end, and pretty original in a sense in both titling and plot. Took advantage of the idea of, Alaska location where one time per year they get 30 days of non-stop darkness. That would be brilliant for vampires to attack, you know? I will say, plot-wise, I felt like there was a couple of things that I kind of wished earlier on they allude to or set up a little bit better. Like that pipeline in the third act of the movie, and how it just sort of it's there now. One of the main characters has a little bit of an asthma attack at one point, and it's like, that was never really established early on, and then again it also never really happens later on as well. So it's just for that one moment. Kind of it's a little weird detail, stuff like that. Like there's a lot of things where it's like I kind of felt like I wish they either alluded to a little bit better, a little more obvious maybe, or just, maybe even pay it off again in a sense. I don't know. Granted, I will say, if spoiler territory, if I was actually going to end this if I was going to end 30 Days a Night, I would have had him use his powers and be a vampire sheriff in Alaska. Well, think about it, because, you're always wearing out in the cold the big heavy jackets and whatnot. He could still technically just live like that and just, protect the town as like a vampire guardian. That's kind of how I would have done it, because he'll be like, okay, they're still out there, there's still vampires and all that. If I use my power for good, in a sense, like that's how I would have probably ended it, instead of him killing himself with the sun. Because then it would also leave room for the sequel, and you'll have a little more of an advantage if the vampires come back. So that's how I would have done it. Now next up we got 30 Days of Night 2, 30 Days Harder. I think it's called Dark Days. What a lame title. 30 Days of Night, Dark Days. Wow, couldn't come up with a better title. Given what's happened in the first film, the second film, I don't know where it's gonna. Well, I assume it's gonna fall into the trap of, let's do the exact same thing again, but with different characters. I guess, like, given how the first one ended, so I'm gonna crank my expectations a lot more lower. Let's lower those expectations and see how the sequel goes. I just watched 30 Days of Night, Dark Days. Sequel. I'm glad that the sequel didn't fall into the trap of being exactly the same as the original. I'm glad it was kind of takes place in a new place in Los Angeles, and, a different plot overall, instead of just being oh shit, we have to survive this, to, we have to try and defeat them, Introduce a overarching villain who apparently, if you kill her, all the vampires just don't know what the fuck to do. So that's the kind of plot the second one kind of went towards. Looks like none of the actors from the first movie who survived it came back for this one. Looks like they even had to reshoot a bit of it, of the first one, just to cover the change in cast. I can kind of see why nobody from the original cast wanted to be in this. I don't know if they refused, but I could see why they would refuse if given the script. Overall, it was an okay sequel. It could have been much worse. Um, it kind of opened up the world a little bit, like how The Purge was like isolated, its own little thing, and then The Purge 2 expanded it. It opened it up a bit more, a lot more. And that's kind of the same effect with this movie. It kind of opens it up. What does the world think of what happened? Blah, blah, blah. The vampires have infiltrated various levels of stuff, and so keeping it a secret and all that. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. They went in that direction. Thought it would be a little too ambitious if they went in that direction, but they did. But the movie itself was okay, good enough, kind of. Nothing really totally wrong with it. It just, the first one was definitely a hell of a lot better. I felt overall. This just seems like a little bit more of a cash grab in a sense. Granted, the guy from Lost is in it. In this, I felt specifically the character of what's her name? I think it was Amber. I think her character just flip flopped back and forth between what exactly her character was in one scene to another. Kind of unnecessary in some of the plot things it goes into with the she's like, oh, like she waits until they're in the tunnel to tell them and be like, oh, we don't always do it this way. We don't do it this way. And it's like, you could have said something before they entered the tunnel, which is obviously a trap. Like, I didn't even have to watch the movie. I'd just be like, yeah, no, what they're doing right now. They're just going for a trap. There was even a whole moment on the end of the ship where Amber was like, wait, we could jump the sword, we can save ourselves. And then it's like, they're like, no. And then she's like, okay. And then they carry on with the mission. Like, a lot of little things like that, specifically around the Amber character, but I feel like it's more the script problem than anything else. Like, all the actors in this movie did okay with what was given. Like, nothing was really totally stand out performance-wise, but again, nothing was really terrible. Nothing was bad in terms of performance. Just any problems I sort of had with this movie was the script. Which actually reminds me, I wanted to say, I don't know if I mentioned it in my review for 30 Days a Night. Whoever did the music for 30 Days a Night, I saw the name, I can't remember it now, but the first one, I've never heard of that composer before, but they did an amazing job with the first one. I felt like it was such a unique sounding score for what was happening, using very unconventional sounding score, but it worked so well with the way they used it in the film. Like during some of the chaotic moments, it actually felt like the music was actually kind of glitching out in a sense. Very weird, but works. Like it blended so well with the chaos that was happening on the screen in a sense. The soundtrack for the second one was a lot more generic. I don't think it was even the same person who did the music to the first one who did the second one. So I'm glad I got this movie very cheap. Okay overall. Kind of liked how they opened up the world. Couple little things complaint wise, but other than that it was okay. Granted, first one was much better. Anyways, moving on. We're gonna be going through the entire Fly collection. Starting off with the original The Fly. That's gonna be fun to make my way through this collection. Kinda excited because, The Fly is one of the few cult remaining classic horror films series franchises. Another one I have to see, like The Omen. Like, I'm starting to run out of franchises, major franchises for horror to watch that I haven't seen before. So I just watched The Fly, the original, and I wasn't expecting it the way the setup was gonna be. I quite liked the opening titles. I liked sort of the bit of the mystery of the end, and like the beginning in a sense. And I was like, oh, it's gonna go into here's what happened, flashback, and then explain the actual story. But then it's like, it seems that's the route it's gonna go, and then it doesn't. But then several scenes later, it's like, okay, now we're gonna tell what happens. It's like I felt like it took a bit. I don't know. I just felt this movie might have been a little bit longer than what it should have been. And granted, it was only an hour and 30 minutes. It was a pretty short movie overall, and it just I felt like it was a little long in certain sections. But granted, what else were they gonna do with the film? I felt like with some of the way they did the plot and all that. But overall, I just felt it was a little. Yeah, it definitely had a big room for improvement. For any future versions of it. Overall, I just felt the Fly was a little bit lame. I can see why it's a bit of a classic, but it's just it kind of bothered me that it's like, especially with that setup, which I thought the original setup was actually very good with the press and all that, and I'm actually surprised how sort of a little bloody that press revealed the dead body was. Granted, the blood was definitely way too light of a color, but that's back then. They didn't really have experience with actual blood. They just knew it was red. So I felt like it was a decently cool story for what it was for its time, but it's just, especially nowadays, this is definitely a little more on the lame side. A couple of unintentionally funny moments with it. Particularly, there was one choice of editing early on where it cut to a telephone, but it blanks out the scream, which is a great cut, but they held a little too long on the shot of the scream that it was unintentionally funny. Same thing with, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but help me, that is just, it's absolutely, like, yeah, I can't take that scene seriously. Especially nowadays. That's my thumbnail. Once again, I really like Vincent Price. He's always great to watch, even though in this movie he actually felt a little bit like a normal human being. Like, he wasn't like a over the top, something fantastical, but he seems quite normal of a character in this movie. Granted, I haven't seen a lot of Vincent Price, but I'm working on correcting that. I guess for its time, it works really well and is good, but, unfortunately, it aged okay enough. I like the makeup special effects for the fly head. That's cool. But just felt the overall movie and story was a little lame. Little lame or tame. Very okay. So I kind of wonder where the second one's going to go. I assume the second one's going to involve the same family with the son, but I don't know if maybe I'm just getting mixed up with the more reboot one, because I think the reboot is the one that goes into the territory with the son and him being older. I don't know what they're going to do for the second one, for the older one. Kind of curious just to see where it goes. Hopefully we don't end up with Curse of the Cat People type situation. But granted, the third one of the old one is called Curse of the Fly. So I'm a little bit worried there. I just watched Return of the Fly. Starting off right at the bat, I thought it was very interesting how the first Fly was in color. Because I was under the impression the original The Fly was in black and white. So that took me off guard with the first movie. But then this movie is in black and white. But it's still a sequel to the original. So I thought that was extremely interesting. I don't know. If I had to guess, it would probably be budgetary. To save on money, they chose to do black and white. That, or try to more label it more of a noir type film, I guess, in a sense. Noir sci-fi in the classic black and white makes things a little spookier, I guess. I say it had a lot more to work with, and I kind of just overall like the sequel a lot more than the original. Had so much more to work with. I felt that with their suspense, horror, betrayal, cool little plots and whatnot. A little more in the stakes, I felt, when the terms of because of the first movie, the second movie has that added pressure of, oh, this is the son, and then it's like you got that backstory. Even though they basically sum it up throughout the film again, I'm fine with that. I thought it was a good sequel overall. It's an improvement over the original while still bringing a little bit of new stuff to it. It did a couple more things that I kind of wish the original kind of did in a sense with the... Because I was imagining with the cat in the first one, I'm like, is that cat going to be mixed up with someone? That never happened. Second one, we got a little bit of a bunny person, or hamster person, or gerbil, or whatever it was. Got, I think, a little more budget. I mean, you have a car crash that looked pretty cool, stuff like that in this. So just overall, I kind of liked Return of the Fly a lot better than The Fly. I have to say, Return of the Fly definitely had a lot of improvements, I felt, with the special effects in a sense. Head fly. Mild spoiler. And even though some of it I was still a little weirded out in the way they edited it, like the rabbit hand scene or gerbil hand scene, hamster hand scene, and the little blood stain, which kind of made me laugh because I'm like, okay, you just did that. It's not gonna just be a little blood stain. There's gonna be a little something else there, but I guess it's just a little blue red spot. Granted, it's not red because it's black and white, but a little laughable moments like that in Return of the Fly. It's funny how the black and white just makes you take it a little more seriously. Like, if the first The Fly was in black and white, I think it would be a little more serious, but it's just interesting. Now I don't know, is Curse of the Fly going to be in color or black and white? I kind of want to see what the Curse of the Fly is going to be like. Is it going to be like the Curse of the Cat People? I hope not. I kind of hope Vincent Price returns for Curse of the Fly. I don't know. The Fly was 1958. The Return of the Fly was 1959. So that's over a period of 1 year. The Curse of the Fly came out in 1965. So there is a 5-year difference, 5 or 6 year difference between Return of the Fly and this movie. So I'm excited to jump into that. I just watched The Curse of the Fly. And what did I just watch? Like, what? This was pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. To be honest, at least The Curse of the Cat People is a good standalone film. This is not even good as a standalone film, I feel. And then as the Fly sequel, I don't even think they even mention Fly at any point in the film. Like it has the main mechanic of the teleportation and all that. And they do make reference to characters from the older films. It's like, but that's about it. Other than that, this could have been anything. This could have been an original movie on its own right. As I'm watching this, I'm like, there's some very little good things about this film. For example, the very, very opening shot when the window shatters. The window shattering was a good effect. Granted, the whole scene of that opening scene was weird and totally jarring, and in the sense that it seems out of nowhere for the plot to begin. But the special effects of the glass going towards the screen, that was cool. You got a specific scene with some sort of merging of people. That was looked pretty good for the shots that was on frame for. That's about it. Everything else about this movie, actually no wait. I like the redesign of the teleportation machine with the glass, because it's like lying down. It's almost like a coffin in a sense. kind of like the redesign of that from the standing ones that the first two were like. Granted, I think the second one had the best version of it with the glass with the door, but that's about it. Curse of the Curse of the Fly is a definite. This is definitely probably gonna be the worst of the Fly movies in my opinion. From the Fly collection. Yeah, never really want to watch that again. See, at least with Pet Sematary 2, I was having an enjoyably bad time. This Curse of the Fly, I was not having an enjoyably bad time. I don't even think Vincent Price would have been able to even save this film if he was in it, which he's not. I just kind of want to move on. Next up is the Fly remake in the 80s. David Cronenberg, I believe, is the director and I think writer for it, and Mel Brooks is producing it. That's cool. I only know him for doing very good comedic spoofs. What is he doing? Producing a remake of The Fly? You have my interest. I think Jeff Goldblum is in it, so I'm kind of excited there. Either that or he's in the second one. I'm not sure. After seeing the first two, I can definitely say the remake did have a decent amount to work with. Has enough original source material that it left a lot of room for somebody to come along and make a much better version of The Fly, grosser, a lot more updated and everything. So I'm quite excited to see what David Cronenberg does. I've only seen one other David Cronenberg film up to this point, and that was Scanners. And that movie kind of blew up my mind, if you know what I mean. So will The Fly remake blow my mind? I don't know. Let's find out. So I just watched David Cronenberg's The Fly with Jeff Goldblum and Gina Davis. Very, very good remake. And accomplished everything you kind of want to do with a remake or a reboot or anything like that. Update it for the current time. Improve certain aspects of the story of the original. And do a good job of it. This movie accomplished it. But I have to say, Howard Shore does the music, and I actually really liked the main theme for the opening titles, and there's a couple music moments, especially near the end, that I'm actually kind of loving this soundtrack. Kind of want to check that out afterwards. But I mean, you got great acting. There was a dream sequence that caught me off guard. I think I saw David Cronenberg, and I also saw the CN Tower. So I was trying to figure out, because they didn't specifically, I didn't remember anywhere in the film they mentioned where this was taking place. I assumed instinctively I might go someplace in America, and then it's like, oh, I see the CN Tower. It takes place in Canada. Absolutely disgusting, but at the same time, so well done. A lot of the transformation sequence, even if it's just a little moment, ear or fingers, it's like, oh, it's so well done, holds up so well, surprisingly. Granted, this movie is almost 40 years old at this rate. Holy shit. Highly recommend. I mean, I don't know if you've checked out the original, but if you're a fan of the older The Fly movies, definitely check this one out. Granted, I can't really recommend from the David Cronenberg side because this is only the second one I've seen, and I do like this movie a lot more than Scanners overall. But Scanners I kind of need to rewatch, and there's also a ton of other movies I have to delve into with David Cronenberg. So I'm surprised they went with the slower transformation technique than something fast like the original, because the original one, as soon as they go for the teleporter, it's like instant, this is what you're dealing with now. In this version, they decided to go, oh, everything seems normal, and then, slowly descend into chaos. And I think that was, at first I didn't like it, but after seeing the whole movie, I was like, okay, I see why they did it that way. Very cool. I thought for a couple near the end, I was like, oh, I guess they're not really going to do anything major fly transformation. But then it proves me wrong. All that jazz. It definitely goes, especially for the last third act of the film, goes into a whole, almost reminds me of the good old fashioned, Frankenstein classic monster movie type bit. But with, imagine if Dr. Frankenstein is the monster. And then you got the ending of this movie in a sense. Love the design of the pods. Very, I want to say very Cronenberg-y, but once again, I haven't really seen a lot of his works. Holds up pretty well. I'm actually really excited to see the second one. I don't know if David Cronenberg or producer Mel Brooks returned to make the second one. I don't know if any of the actors from the first one makes an appearance in the second one. There's a lot of things I don't know about the second one, but they did make a second one, and I'm about to watch The Fly 2. And the only thing I know going into the second one, and it was a little bit of a spoiler for me in a sense, because the tagline for this one is like father, like son. And so I kind of knew going into the first one that, okay, at some point there's going to be the son, Jeff Goldblum's character in a sense. So I kind of knew that, especially with what was happening in the first movie, I kind of knew that no matter there happens at the end of this movie, somebody is still going to have his child in a sense. So where is it going to go so I'm very curious to see where the second one goes. Time to watch The Fly 2. I just watched The Fly 2. Definitely, I didn't even have to watch the opening titles. If I didn't see the opening titles just watching this film, I can guarantee I would have definitely have concluded that David Cronenberg had nothing to do with this film. So, yeah, it is not drastically different, but it's drastically unique sequel to anything resembling The Fly. You know what? I kind of liked it. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of liked the whole idea of the child being born and being brought up in like a company sort of type setting that's always watching you, but at the same time letting you sort of a bit have free reign in a sense. Then, the middle of the movie sort of, it's kind of like, well, I don't know where this is gonna go, what is it gonna do? And then the escalation all the way to the very end, the very, very ending climax, I kind of felt it kind of saved the film in a sense. Like, it made it much more enjoyable. Because this whole time, it's like, you can actually kind of end up rooting for the kid a bit. And the girl. And then it's like, all the people who start treating him badly as he's going through the thing. You start rooting that terrible things will happen to them very shortly. And this movie pulls off some very good, one or two very good death scenes. I'm not gonna lie. Particularly the face melting scene and the elevator scene. Brutal. Explosive. Amazing. Yeah, so this is definitely ahead. I don't think anybody from the original actually was the same actor. It might have been one character, but other than that, it didn't seem like nobody else returned from the first one. So for this one, they got to play the son, Eric Stoltz. I believe, if I remember correctly, he was the one originally cast as Marty McFly in Back to the Future, the first one, but after like six weeks of filming or so, they decided, they were like, no, he's actually not that great for the role, so they actually recasted Michael J. Fox as Marty McFly for the Back to the Future. And in this movie's actually very close, if I remember correctly, timeline-wise, to the Back to the Future trilogy. So this is like, would be in the midst of it. So in the sense, this is kind of, seeing him in this movie, he definitely reminds me of a Marty McFly type character. Like, he could have played him, but at the same time, I'm like, he doesn't really have that charm that Michael J. Fox had at the time. So it's like, I'm kind of glad he didn't continue to play Back to the Future, but at the same time, we don't really know because I don't think they've released that footage. Not saying he's not a good actor. In this movie, I think he works quite well. The main girl that's in this, it was driving me nuts the entire movie because I was like, who is that actress? Because I've seen her somewhere else, and I couldn't think of it at all throughout this entire film, and so I had to pause the movie and look it up because it was driving me too nuts. And she was in Spaceballs, the movie. Wow. And it's funny because looking up the dates as well, this was after Spaceballs, like just almost right after in a sense. She has a totally different performance in this compared to Spaceballs, because I've seen Spaceballs so much that seeing her in this movie, I recognized her, but her performance did not in any way remind me of her performance in Spaceballs. Kind of like the film, not really too bad at all of a film. I felt on a technical level, there was a couple moments, especially in the ending battle climax, where it's like they decided to do almost like a one take for a little bit, and it's like, well done. I saw them doing a one take very briefly, and I was like, it was a cool one take. Like, they didn't have to do that or anything like that, but they did it. I felt like this movie was a bit of an underrated gem. Kind of like the whole corporate direction they went with it, with the company being almost the main focus in a sense. They got somebody else to do the music. The music wasn't bad. Yeah, it's not as good. Like, if you think about the first one, you're like, yeah, the first one was so much more better. But I like this one. I don't like it like it. I don't like it too much, but I kind of liked it. Like, the more I think about it, I'm like, yeah, kind of like that. Particularly the ending. Like, I don't know if it didn't have that sort of climactic ending and that sort of ending, I don't think I would have liked this movie as much. Here we are, the 31st film of this horror marathon. But the problem is, before I get to that major film, I have to watch one more because I felt Curse of the Cat People just wasn't good. Like, not necessarily, it was a good film on its own, but as a horror film, very lackluster. It was to the point where it I wouldn't label that a horror film. So, Curse of the Cat People, because of that movie, I have to shoe in another film just before my final film review. This time I'm watching The Wolfman. I figured because we started off with wolves, with the Werewolf of London, an American Werewolf in London, I thought it would make sense to end it not with the sequel, because I still don't have an American Werewolf in Paris. I'm gonna watch The Wolfman, starring a great cast. Oh my gosh. We got Anthony Hopkins, we got Benicio del Toro, we got Hugo Weaving, and if it wasn't for the Blu-ray case, I didn't realize this, but you also got Emily Blunt. That's a great cast, and they're doing a werewolf movie. Cool. I'm up for it. Let's see how good it is. That's all I know about it. Granted, the Blu-ray I got was in the $5 bin, so to speak, but I was like, I have to get this. I have to watch this. It is the unrated director's cut. Whatever that means, I don't know if that means it's better, it's worse. That is the version of the film I'm going to be watching. I hope it's good, but not too good. Don't want to outdo the final horror film I have planned this year. Time to watch The Wolfman. So, I just watched The Wolfman. And what year did this come out? This must have been in the year 2000s, right? 2010, okay. A little more newer than I thought. I was thinking maybe 2008, 2007. But no, this was 2010. Okay. Doesn't change the fact that this movie was decent. Not bad, I felt. Granted, there was some room for improvement, I felt, with the overall film and the choices of the werewolf scenes, particularly with some of the either jump scares or attack moments. I'm like, it's a little. It goes from like good to bad to good. Like, there's a couple moments where I'm like, that's memorable. That's pretty cool. That's well done. And then there's other moments where I'm like, that's a little lame. Yeah. Maybe hour or so of the movie, I felt it was kind of hard not to get into, but like, it's just, I don't know, there was something about it where I was like watching it and I'm like, this doesn't seem very, I don't know, I keep wanting to say hard to get into, but it wasn't really hard to get into. It's a very simple story. I don't know, the old man on the train, that was Christopher Plummer, right? Very strange cameo if that was him. But yeah, no, this movie, like, for the first bit, I was like, okay, this is okay. Like, it had everything down that you would want from a werewolf film that's a period film. Like, you got excellent locations or sets, and you got all the clothing, you got, great actors playing roles and all that, and it's like, it just, I don't know, the movie didn't really click until probably around maybe about halfway through it. I was like, it started going into, actually, you know what, I kind of like where this is going. I like where this is heading. I like what is sort of plot-wise. It felt, though there was a lot of parts of it that I felt was like kind of almost a reference or love letter to An American Werewolf in London. But I felt for most part, particularly more with the story and the ending, getting to the ending, it felt like a little more original than what what you thought it was going to be in a sense. So it has some originality. Give it points there. The ending, I kind of want to say the word stupid, but it's not a stupid ending in the terms of like in the way they ended it or whatever. I just thought it was stupid in a pointless type of way. Like, I felt the ending, I was like, okay, so that's how this movie ends. Well, that kind of explains why this is in a $5 bin per se. Like, I wasn't expecting a happy ending. I was expecting, like, I felt like they were a little bit back on square one, and maybe there was something that was supposed to be the original ending, and they decided to cut out the original ending or something. Like, I don't know. For director's cut, I'm kind of curious if the theatrical cut had maybe a slightly more closure of an ending. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I just thought it was a very weird place for it to end in a sense. Not spoiling it in any way. But overall, it was an okay werewolf film. Good enough. Had some cool set design, cool stuff. I kind of like the chaos in London scene, which kind of, particularly the double-decker bus, which I didn't really think they had back then, even though it's a steam version. There was twice, I think I counted twice, where they did the double nightmare jump scare. It wasn't effective because you knew it was a jump scare, you knew it was a nightmare thing, and then it's like they try it, they were like, oh, it didn't really work the first time, I'll do it again right after. Very cheesily, very low budget. Like, I think given what they had of a movie, I figured the jump scares would be a little more better in a sense, like an American Werewolf in London. But yeah, no, some of it was a little cheesy, like specifically, like especially the very beginning kill, the jump scares were like very lame in a sense, because it's like, coming off of the left or right or whatever, and it's like, it's there, swipe, loud noise. In fact, there's a little bit of a scare before the werewolf appears, and it's the scare before it was louder than when the werewolf actually attacks. Like, couple things like that, like, but ignoring the problems in the sense with the film, it's an okay werewolf film. Cast does a great job of what they're given. Hugo Weaving and Anthony Hopkins had one or two little moments where it was like, that was kind of cool, that was kind of funny, that was kind of, the way the dialogue's written, I'm like, that's cool. That was a cool little line they did, and it's like, other than that, it's like, I just felt that this movie would be a little more serious overall. Granted, it gave me such great moments as a character saying, "This is so unbelievable. It's as if I'm gonna grow wings and fly through that window." As soon as he said that line, I knew right away that that character is going to go, in fact, flying through that window, which he does. Felt maybe it was a missed opportunity given the actors involved to not have it a little more on the serious, dramatic side. Because, yeah, it was somewhat serious and somewhat dramatic, but a lot of little moments killed it. Figuratively or literally? Minor spoiler, there was a very great werewolf on werewolf action fight scene in this that kind of made it quite good. Granted, you know it's a much better film than The Wolfman? Van Helsing, and that came out I think a couple years before this movie. Even though that one does have a bit of the vampire and Frankenstein, it's just Van Helsing is a much better film overall. American Werewolf in London is much better film. I felt. We're finally at the final film. What's it gonna be? Well, my final film I chose to end off this year of transformation and change. I've decided to end it off with Midsommar. If I'm saying that correctly, it is the director's cut on Blu-ray that you can only get in North America from A24 directly. So I'm kind of excited to watch it because I've never seen Midsommar. I didn't see it in theaters. I heard it was doing very good, and I didn't really have a chance to go see it in theaters. So now that it was released on Blu-ray, I heard that, hey, overseas there's a director's cut, there's an extended cut. That's much more longer of a film, and it's like, okay, I should wait for that to be released on Blu-ray, and that never did in North America until recently, I think. Was it this year? Man, a lot has happened this year, hasn't it? I keep thinking, it's like, oh, I mean, yeah, it was a while ago, but I'm like, wait, that was actually only several months ago. But anyways, I haven't. I'm going to watch it. Literally haven't seen any version of Midsommar, and I've seen the director's cut. What I'm kind of hoping for with a film, I don't know, like, I've seen, like, the poster and stuff, and, you know, it seems like, you know, I don't know, was it like a weekend getaway type thing, weird cult thing in a sense, or the, I don't know, religious thing, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. Is it festival or whatever? Is it boyfriend and girlfriend go to some festival thing, getaway vacation or something, and then it's like in the middle of nowhere and stuff happens? It's weird, disturbing, crazy. I don't know. That's what I'm under the impression. I don't know exactly for sure. Kind of excited to see what I'm gonna see, because A24, they did The Lighthouse with William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, and that was, I voted that the best movie of, I think that was last year. If you want to check out my thoughts on that film, I didn't do a review of it, but I mentioned it in my top 10 best and worst films of 2019. So I would recommend checking out that video if you're interested. Will A24 knock it out of the park with this movie? Unfortunately, it wouldn't go for the category for best movie of 2020 that I saw for the first time, but it aiming for best movie of 2020 that was not released in 2020 that I saw for the first time in 2020. Really gotta shorten that name. And I just know the main actress. I think the main actress is Florence Pugh? I'm sorry. She was in Little Women, and she did a great job in that film. I think that's the only other film I've seen her in. Time to watch Midsommar, the director's cut. I just watched Midsommar, the director's cut from A24. Wow, holy shit. Okay, so this was definitely a very standout, original, beautifully shot, had some really great editing film from beginning to end, and great soundtrack. This was a movie that I kind of wish maybe I saw. I kind of wish I saw in theaters in a sense, just to get an sort of overall feeling of what the audience would have been like, especially on opening day, if the theater was packed. Would people have walked out on this film? I don't know. It's definitely a slow burn horror film. Very well done overall. I have to look it up, but I don't remember this film being nominated for any Oscars off the top of my head, but man, the main performance by Florence Pugh and the production design and the sets, oh my gosh, why wasn't this at least nominated for at least those two awards, you know? I understand it not being nominated for Best Picture, or granted, I can't remember what Midsommar was running up against, but it is extremely well done. It's the kind of movie where I'm gonna have to look up on YouTube and see one of those videos where it's like, oh, the ending of Midsommar explained, you know? That's the kind of movie this is. I'm gonna have to kind of look it up. I'm very excited to read through the little booklet that it came with. Has a foreword by Martin Scorsese talking about his experience with the film, I guess, in a sense. Can't wait to read that. But yeah, was very standout, especially after sitting through the director's cut. I don't know how much it adds compared to the theatrical cut. I assume a lot if this movie is almost basically 3 hours with the extended. And I can't for the life of me think of what was exactly cut out. Like, I'm thinking maybe 1 or 2 scenes, but I can't really figure that out until I see the theatrical cut. I would be willing to go see the theatrical cut now, just to compare in a sense. But it's very memorable horror film. Long-term wise, could definitely maybe be a classic. I'm not sure. But this was definitely a extremely well done film. Even if you hated the horror elements, which, you know, thinking back on the entire film, there was definitely sections of horror, but it was tame, but that's what kind of also made it very scary in a sense. A lot of it's like, if you watched a lot of horror films, overall Midsommar would seem quite tame if you're looking at the bigger picture. If you've never really watched a horror film and you watch this film, you might be like, you know, scared shitless, I guess. It's not exactly, you know, jump scares or whatever. I don't know what I'm getting at. But anyways, I have to mention, especially visually, with the little slight alterations with the drug. Anytime there's drugs in, you know, going on a trip or whatever, the very subtle changes in either the background or whatever, it's like a bit of a warped effect, but it's done so either certain areas or certain not, like, it's not the whole screen at the same amount the whole time. It's definitely edited in such a way that it's like either very subtle or very blunt, but I thought it was very cool, because at certain parts of the films I was like, wait a minute, is that moving? That doesn't look right, in a sense. And then it's like, oh, okay, so they're doing that effect. And it's like, it's very, very cool and very subtly done. Because usually with scenes in movies with drugs, it's very blunt. This movie was a very, very cool mix, very original take, I guess, in a sense, of characters experiencing drugs. Very uncomfortable in certain sections. I felt the thing that bugs me the most was kind of the boyfriend's character in this, I guess, main guy of the film, in a sense. He was very... I did not like his character. Like, I don't know if it was like... I thought it was... He was a very... I don't know. What do you think? Because I'm like... I don't know if maybe it was just me or whatnot, but I just really hate his overall choices with certain things and what he decided to do and whatnot. He was not... If I was... what's her name's... Her character... Florence Pugh's character... I think it was Donnie. She should have dumped his ass. If I'm being brutally honest. But anyways... what a dark opening as well. I felt overall really sets sort of a bit of a mood for what's going to happen next. When they do actually make the trip out to the special event. If you're a fan of horror, definitely check this movie out at least once, even if it's a rental or whatever. Should see it once at least. Granted, I don't love it as much as I did, say, The Lighthouse. Like, I'm not dissing on Midsommar in a sense, but it's hard to compare in a sense because they're two drastically different films. Very well done. And that's kind of what I look for in a horror film overall. Like, you know, if you can hit those two marks beautifully, then wow. And this movie was no exception. Blu-ray looked amazing. Granted, I'm still overall disappointed that there's lack of special features, especially with this slightly pricey, very pricey extended edition. It's not really anything against the film in a sense. I just felt that some of it was a little predictable in the terms of either the trials or the rituals and whatnot, and what was going to happen next in a sense. Predictable enough that it didn't exactly ruin what was going to happen, but it would just... That's the problem with watching too many horror films, is because it's like you're watching it and you're like watching this movie, especially after the first half of the film, you're like, people are gonna die, people are gonna, like, it's gonna happen, there's gonna be some sort of brutality, there's gonna be something, awful that's gonna happen and all that, and it's like, especially given the beginning setup as well. Which I was not expecting. That opening sort of setup for this movie was very unexpected. Wasn't expecting that sort of plot detail. It was very blunt, but very well done, and holy crap. But the actual, when you get to the Midsommar event, it's kind of, I don't know, it's like the biggest surprise or twist of this movie would have been, oh, it's actually, no one's actually getting brutally murdered. Like, it's not a horror film. Like, the problem is with this type of setup, it can only be a horror film. I don't know. It's not a diss against the film. It's just, I don't know, my thoughts overall. Just thinking about the overall film as a whole. But it's a very memorable horror film. Very well done. Amazing. I definitely want to check out the director's other work, because I think he was involved with Hereditary, which is another major film that was very talked about and kind of made waves in a sense with the horror community. So I definitely want to check that out at some point. So if there's one specific editing moment I had to mention, is the transition between house to bathroom on the plane. That was an amazing transition. So well done. So that ends my 31 days of horror movie marathon for 2020, which is the year 6 of me doing this. Thank you very much for watching. I want to know what you thought of any of the films in this video, or in general, what's your opinion on certain things. Let me know in the comments below or wherever they are. Thank you very much for watching. I want you to have a nice day or night or whatever time you watch this. Have a nice whatever. I do a wide variety of content. I don't just specifically horror. I'm not a horror YouTube channel. It's just, I like Halloween, and I figured, this is very enjoyable to watch 31 films I've never seen before for the theme of Halloween,